Maybe now?
Maybe now?
Now it works. Good.
Okay. Now Ari needs to figure out why her microphone is getting quieter and quieter over the past 2 minutes.
Oh, lovely. Well,
Hello?
Still pretty
hello.
quiet. You were louder at the start of this call.
Huh. I mean, that is a very good question.
I barely heard those words.
A restart.
Good start.
Good start. Is the server up?
I tried, but I need to do the thing where I reset my router first.
Ah, understood. Good start. Like Sheep said. Sheep's routers being held together by duct tape in a dream.
I mean, apparently only for map tools, though. And I guess streaming?
No, just in general.
Probably for everything that he does involving the internet, all of his rating activities and anything else.
Yeah, I mean, usually somewhere between 9 and 11 every evening, it just dies.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it died this morning because I got woken up by my roommate going, "Hey, can you restart the router, please?" That was good.
No, I would hate that.
How come you're the designated router restarter?
Because my room is next to the internet port, so the router is sitting in my room.
Oh.
All right. Let's try and see if...
The great thing is, what we need to do is call our ISP and basically go like, "Hey, your router is shit. And I know you're not going to do anything about it, but can we just buy our own router?" To which they'll probably say, "I don't know. Yes, hopefully." And then we get our own router and then all these problems will be fixed. But I don't think my roommate is ever going to call them because he's a lazy fuck. So, yeah.
Call out on stream.
Yeah. If you're watching, then please call.
You guys can connect now, I think.
Okay. Trying now. It works.
Amazing.
The power of technology.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, if you think about it, we are literally sitting on different continents, talking to each other in borderline real time, while playing things that were usually played sitting in the same room together during a pandemic.
I mean, it certainly is globalization, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not complaining about that. That aspect we have already gotten used to, Sheep. Okay, we can only be grateful for so long.
The next technological hurdle is Ari trying to communicate in
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Can
All
you hear
right.
me?
Yeah. How about that?
Woo!
Say it's all going according to plan.
No,
Except
don't jinx it, man.
All right.
What could...
Yeah. Hi.
I guess I'll find out what it is that you want to put in the goal slot when we get to that part of the pre-session.
Right? God.
we got so many. Open spaces.
Who's doing today's recap?
Who indeed?
I
last
can.
week. Think? Did I?
You did do last week, Sheep.
Okay.
I can do it.
All right.
As soon as I connect to that was there. Yeah. Yes. No. That's not.
Got the wrong one. It's on.
No, I have it. It's just all the Discord shit. I have to close down all my extra windows of. Oh no! What the fuck is going on?
Her extra one is how to burn Denmark.bat.
Yeah, you know. I mean, that's a bookmark by now, right? Like that's like you open your Google. That's one of the pages that just.
Here's a picture of Ares setting Sweden on fire.
I mean,
Sorry.
probably is more flammable, but you know.
Subtle global warming joke.
Hey. Okay. Well, do we want a resume where there's no setting anything on fire for this session or last session?
Oddly enough.
Yes, I know. It's like a feat, actually. All right. Well, the session started with a blue dragon contacting the dragon fate from the Ostran Mountains, and he wanted to tell us, or well, Valignus, that he would come and visit, basically to make sure that Valignus knew that currently he was busy conquering his own thing, and he was not currently interested in fighting us. Probably after, I don't know, seeing Hesephase destruction. We got to know a little bit about him, that he has apparently subjugated other dragons to serve him, stealing their hoard, half their hoard, which seems like a fair trade. You know. The Cicatrix gets asked from the hags that I believe have lived in the Dragonfane for a bit, whether they could stay at the Ilford and if she could help them get a hold of a boat. And she makes a deal with them. If they will teach her about magic, she will get them what they need. Meanwhile, Emmy is her long time works of shifting the Emerald Enclave to favor of Malar, and she obtains the ritual perk the spellplate with the use of her own treasure. I think it was something along 100,000 gold. And she flies to Chundrel Wood and buys it from a very powerful and very big golden dragon who allegedly wrote the book himself. She travels home with her new asset and receives in a pond a sign of approval from Alar, the form of blood, which is befitting. Meanwhile, Valignith arranges for a tournament in order to raise morale his troops, which mechanically meant sovereignty. And the Marked moves back to Westgate now that the heir to the Black Dread is taken care of. Valignith gets a new message from Thunderhawk, who tells about brutal attacks on the Dwarven lords, the ones specifically that he had swayed into his liking, and they have all been killed. He gets to later know that the mine has been overrun, the tunnels, with undead walls that steal bones from the living dwarves, even though they still want to use them. And we also get to know that the aboleth that the dragons has heard about earlier is found dead in the river. In the mountains, of course, the red wizards are poking around, and the rare rats holds off the red wizards for a time, and basically does it until he himself has to get involved, and they then retrieve smartly after a showcase of his power. But Lignith and Versi Cicatrix both have contact with the Oracle, asking her respective questions about I think generally the Death King. And meanwhile, the wasted wheat joins the fire knives into sear, and Grimith wakes up one morning and finds out that someone has touched and slightly moved his treasure. And he furiously starts questioning all of his people who don't report anything out of the ordinary and don't respond to any of his threats. Yeah, who would do that is the question. Meanwhile, emissary Leadrathir meets the leader of the enclave, Cindermoon, who is completely dedicated to fight the spell plague. Emmy is told by one of the other Malar worshippers that Cindermoon is fanatical in this quest, which might, as was said, add a little bit to what that would mean when the Malar people are like, "Oh yeah, is she crazy?" She invites Missouri to see the cleansing in action, and she does cleanse Starmantle. There's still the blue flame fire pit, and they go to investigate. And she tells that it must be an incredible source of magic to still sustain this blue fire. She then proceeds to teleport herself and Emissary underneath the blue fire pit. And they see an arc. The room seemed to have been protected from scrying and the likes, but now the blue fire has consumed whatever was there. It's clearly that here is a portal and that through it is siphoning power from elsewhere. Cindermoon tells this and tells the emissary that she will destroy it and that she doesn't need help with this. And then she tells the enclave how good the people of Malar, the worship of the Malar, how their methods have produced great results. You know, rubbing it good and well. Who made this happen? Who the real good guys are? And that is the notes, as they say.
That was pretty comprehensive. Yeah.
It's a comprehensive, much like the previous recaps Ari has done.
Yeah. Well, I basically watched the stuff again.
All right. We have 3 goal slots to fill. Did a lot of stuff last time, and
Yes.
yeah.
2 of those are mine. The first of those slots I want to fill with constructing a grand temple to Malar in the ashes of Starmantle.
Okay. All right.
I'll know when that's done.
Okay. I think given the current state of things, I think I'll say that is. I say that's an easy goal. I don't think there's a lot of direct obstacles. Stuff has to be done, but it is
Turns out the blue flame was the biggest problem for that.
sort of. It's a very empty spot right now.
Yeah.
Construct a grand temple to Malar in Starmantle. Let's call it the ruins. Starmantle.
Question, are there actually ruins?
That's. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. It's called the crater.
A lot of black obsidian, I remember.
That's why I called it ashes, because it didn't sound like there
Creepy
were actually any
statues.
ruins.
That works. Ashes, star mantle.
No, there are no creepy statues, Airy. It's gone.
It's
Oh.
just. Oh.
I mean, those could have made a nice decor for the temple, but
No, they would.
scream in agony.
No, Airy, bad.
We'll have a nightmare sequence someday, so you guys can see the mechanics of them.
You use any kind of magic, you are defeated and destroyed. Your soul is slowly.
The second goal slot I intend to keep empty for now.
Okay. Then we have one more. Looks like that would be sheep.
Oh, mine? No?
Ares, because she wanted to discover whether the Death King and the Red Wizards of Thay had a connection.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how to word it, but I basically want to obtain an asset with the hags of when gathering information about the arcane. Add
Be like
I don't know, some dice, something. Because I find myself not being able to find a lot of information, and that is very annoying.
sounds like easy goal 2. We'll call it integrate Druma into the marked. Though you probably wouldn't like to get a mark, I think.
Oh no, I'm not planning on taking them over. Like they can do their thing as long as I can call on their help.
Pretty much what we also did with the lizard folk.
Yeah.
The Spirehorn tribe was integrated into the dragon.
Yeah, mechanically, I think that's the same thing as taking them over.
Oh, all right.
Doing so politely, so to speak.
I was thinking sort of like the one I have with Sembia.
Well, that's not a well, like mechanically, like if you want to make use of them that way, you'd have to like insert the hags because they're not a faction. You know, it's not like
Right. Yeah, that's true.
The way to do that is mostly through like roles using the marked to
Yeah.
right. It's not they're not opposed to you. They're pretty much here for it. So it's more of a thing to do than it is a direct sort of challenge to the order of things.
Cool.
All right, some internal development. I suppose you could call it the expansion, really.
Yeah, you know, rearranging of resources in these trying times.
All right. Then we can start. It's been a thorough year so far.
Yeah, we stopped after midsummer, right? Like we didn't even finish with the year.
Yeah, there might still be things people want to do, but yeah, I suppose I'll let that be up to you. It's been, it's been a summer. It's getting close to the end of the year at this point.
Yeah, I'll take activity.
Please.
All right, so that was pretty invigorating. What just happened there? That was great. Teamwork,
Yeah.
clap, clap. The power of Malar.
Useful slowly because not a lot of. I mean, the druids don't talk to a lot of sort of non-druids.
Right, not a whole lot of networking.
But boats sail past and such every now and then. Though they try to avoid it, they'll certainly see that there's no longer like a blue flame lighting up the clouds and stuff. So,
yeah,
eventually, sort of people will know that something went on there. So, given the news of the place, it's not. Maybe they still don't want to go. Then again, there was rumors of fantastical treasures lying in the ruins of Star Mantle. Maybe adventurers will flock in at some point.
All right, so maybe Zure hasn't had her were-rats doing anything other than like gathering to witness that. And I think based on that, and how she's feeling with Malar and how Malar feels about her, that she wants the rest of the year devoted to Malar, and devoted to the future of the minions. Because Malar worshippers include more than lycanthropes, and in the near future, she's going to be asking a lot out of her minions, because she intends to uproot from where she lairs. This is in part to get away from the Serpent Valley, which is just so damn haunted and cursed, in part because she's angry at Cicatrix for moving right in front of her face at the Eel Fort, and she hasn't brought it up, but it genuinely pisses the Green Dragon off. And also part because she wants to get involved with a different sort of politicking that isn't civilization and meddling with that. But to do that, she needs to make sure that her minions are on board with the idea. She knows that some are going to be left by the wayside and they don't want to uproot. But she needs to make sure that most of them are. So to that end, the rest of the year is going to be devoted to, instead of it being a seasonal thing or a full moon thing, every 10-day there is going to be a hunt. And we're going to be gathering these folks to be hunted through a mixture of prisoners and attracting the desperate and poor, which I will do by taking my actions through the rain engine. The idea in mind is that these folks are going to be gathered, and every 10-day, they're going to be released into the area outside of Missouri Ledrathir's lair. They're going to be given like a small toolkit of makeshift tools, and be told to survive an entire day and night. There's going to be a zone where druids are erect magical barriers that they have to stay within a boundary. If they survive the hunt, they are no longer hunted, and they get a prize, a meeting with the dragon and some small boon, oh, you need money to pay for medicine for your sick daughter, or you always wanted to be a lycanthrope so that you can regenerate, or you just wanted to meet and talk with a green dragon. Then, prizes like that. No one gets cheated, it's all taken seriously. And if anyone wants a bigger prize, they can try to survive being hunted by the dragon for an entire day and night with the same rules. And the goal in mind is at the end of this to just be well, look at all these wonderful dedications of Malar, because anyone who's caught is promptly sacrificed and eaten, and Malar can rejoice, and all the worshippers of Malar here can rejoice, and tie everyone up with the whole notion of that Malar is great and wonderful, and we're great and wonderful, because look at what we did. So that's what the task the Were-Rats are going to be on for the rest of the year. First, I'm going to use Might and Sovereignty to temporarily improve treasure, as we extort tribute from the traveling caravans around in the area, which Emissary Leadrathir will assist in. It gets done. We'll subtract 1 from Might, and add 1 to treasure. Then I would like to use Influence and Sovereignty to temporarily improve my territory, as my Were-Rat infiltrators and Emissary Leadrathir herself will spread out across the land to all the desperate peoples, the refugees that have come out from Elversalt, whether it be in Tazir or Westgate, or even adventurers in Red and Seer, or even some hobgoblins who think they have a shot from it at the Red Banner Host. That anyone who wants to improve their lot in life can try to survive a hunt for a day and night. And if they succeed in eluding these Were-Rats, they can meet with the great green dragon Emissary Leadrathir, and receive a boon from her. Would that be an acceptable way to temporarily increase my territory?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Do that. That'll be,
Sort of a twisted way of attracting settlers.
It gets done. Alright, let's go ahead and decrease influence by 1. Improve sovereignty, or territory by 1, excuse me, and we'll do that 1 more time, actually. Yep, that also gets done. So influence will be down by 2, territory will go up by 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll make a test for that at the end of the year.
Also, the territory increase, I mean, it's territory, so it also represents your own capability of defending. Well, because the Were-Rats get really good at knowing every nook and cranny of this place.
That makes perfect sense considering all of the hunts that are taking place.
God.
You know there's adventurers, though, who are like, hey guys, we could get a boon from a green dragon. All we have to do is survive a day and a night against whatever minions and beasts live in that place, you know.
Yep. If Folks, magical gear are temporarily held from them. They have it, but if they want to keep that, they don't. They are hunted by the dragon instead of the were-rats.
Yeah, it's a ritual of the high hunt.
Yes, plenty of high hunts in droves, and every 10-day, all the people who have gathered are released out into the zone to try and
Sure.
survive.
Yeah, this is normally only done once per season.
Normally,
Moon cycle, but yeah, I mean this is certainly what some would call excessive, spending a whole year just in ritualistic blood shedding. On the other hand, it also is a statement of devotion, most certainly. Yeah, you gather the people, you begin the hunts. It's happening.
As for the dragon herself, I think she's going to pay a visit to the Ogmites. To speed this along, she is going to provide a first-hand account of the purging of the city of Starmantle. Because she thinks the Ogmites would have a vested interest in that, and because they're on such good terms, they might like to know that. She'll embellish details about how her personal role in it, although it was already great to begin with, and Malar's own role, and taking care of the region, but yeah, it will be mostly accurate.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, they'd be very interested in that. So very cool.
Uh,
Beyond that, there's also the matter that you, I believe they owe you a ballista.
They do. She had a vested interest in acquiring magical ballistae that she could move around.
One, they could hand over to you. The controls are still somewhat, you basically designate things that the ballista will target, and then if you have one of their Akhmite apprentices, then they can sort of actively use it.
Yeah.
They have classically been set to target like dragons and undead and aberrations, and anything specific sort of had to be dealt with. Beyond that, they can also be set to target people who do not agree with your creed. Say they can be set to people who are not devout Ogmites, if you're really in a lockdown position or some such.
Okay.
They will have to reconfigure them, but you're on good terms, so they figure that probably won't be a problem.
All right. Yeah. How many of those can she get from them?
Well, so I think you've done well enough that if you have a particular request, they would offer it. Of course, they're not going to spew them out. Things are expensive. I don't have a size gold cost for you right now, but it's
Right.
not something that you can sell, because they don't really want to be weapon smuggler or weapon traders, because that's a way to get a bad reputation. And
Sure.
to get people to be annoyed with you who you don't actually care about whatsoever. But I mean, what does she want with it? What's the intention here?
As a reminder, the stated intention that she gave them is that she wants her minions to be able to defend from aerial attacks as well, because the terrible red dragon in the west has flying behemoths, so it's more than just him who can fly and attack. And she needs to make sure her minions without wings can actually fight enemies in the skies too.
Generally, you bolt the ballista to a round sort of iron, what do you call it, like a foot, I suppose.
Sure.
Wherein then the actual like runic stuff is. While the ballista mostly is there to produce arcane lightning, but charging up a lightning bolt and firing it in the direction you desire. Well, it desires, I suppose. It is semi-autonomous, much like a golem would be. It understands like simple runic instructions. Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, they would say that at this point they have one that she can.
Sure. Yeah, one will work.
If there's in the future, if there's a need for more, then
yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, like one.
They find that the couple of them they have at their monastery has worked excellently in the past to deter attackers.
Yeah.
They're artificers. I mean, Gond is sort of their minor deity. So
yeah, one's great, and with the possibility of her maybe like commissioning like more from them if there's another need for them. Yeah, she won't complain about that.
I feel so bad about it. She's certainly proven to. I mean, they figure as long as they're more useful than otherwise. I mean, they consider themselves a huge burden to actually attack. So
yeah. Since they do like extol their virtues of artificing, though, since she is here, she would also bring up the cage they used to like imprison that stupid little gnome servant of Ovasterlix, and like the enchantments that she remembers that they put on that. Well, there is a lich that's meddling in Emisere Lidrafir's affairs, and she has concerns about killing the lich because liches, like, you might think you got the lich, but then the lich isn't gotten. And she was thinking about, like, maybe, like, putting a lich in a cage like that. But she doesn't know whether that would work.
Mm-hmm.
Do the Ogmites know that, like, do they have the knowledge if she could, like, pay them, like, some sort, like, where they could do a cage that you could take a lich and put that in and the lich couldn't get out?
So they haven't tried ever to put a lich in one of their iron boxes. The box particularly was artifice and made so that the problem with leaving it is that you would get shocked a whole bunch. Which for the lich would, if they did enough shocking, would just sort of make it into dust, and then you would sort of still have the problem of
Yeah, that would be a big problem, right?
actually
Right.
the deterrence of leaving being destroyed if you try is not such. It doesn't work that well on a lich.
Damn.
Really,
no.
you want the thing in a place where it can't destroy itself.
Yeah. Damn.
Which they they consider that a. It sounds like an interesting problem. Maybe they will put out money for a PhD student to do some review of ways to. They have thought about it before, but really, it has always seemed like the sort of risky thing to study. Because if you actually get it right, you're going to suddenly find yourself a lot of people who are interested, maybe not in you publishing whatever you discover. There's some very powerful liches around that don't want to be stuck in an iron box somewhere.
Yeah. So I think what ends up happening there is the dragon leaves with the ballista and just deep confusion over what the hell a PhD is and what the hell these Ogmites actually do with their time, and well, son of a bitch.
In principle, there's probably ways, but the reason that no one has found a really good way is probably because there's people working to prevent it.
Right.
I was gonna say,
as it turns out, liches don't want to be put in like boxes that they can't escape from.
Yeah, go figure.
All right.
And a lot of really big wizards around that people don't know, but sort of know about vaguely, happen to also be immortals. So.
Oh well. Yeah. That's fine. Shortly after the meeting, Valignith is going to receive a present when Emisere Lidrathir arrives in the center of the Dragonfane, leaves the arcane ballista, shouts at whatever minions, tell him it's his gift for the tablets, and then leaves.
What's it set to?
Dragons. Just start shooting.
It's shot in the face and again and again and again.
Yeah. I don't know whether he's going to be there or not. He can be if you want, Sheep. Otherwise, you're just going to go.
I mean, would Emmy stick around if he was visible? Would that make a difference?
If he was, then yes. If he would have to say something besides just like laying in his like contemplation, as she like flies up and just like deposits a arcane ballista, the same one that shot at him and Veristrix and Ovasterlix, like right in the center of the Dragonfane.
I think it, first of all, be very surprised. I don't think he has anything else to really speak about at the moment.
Emisere looks at him and says, "You got the tablets. I got them translated. There was also another payment. This was the payment. One of their arcane ballistae. If there's anyone who can reverse engineer it and maybe do something more with it, it's you. And if there's anyone we can all agree is most likely to be attacked by some adversary, it's you. Between whatever cloud giants might remain, dwarves, and whatever else in these mountains you insist on staying in. It works on the principle of magic, but you like to make things and disassemble them, and you have dwarves. You'll figure something out. I probably can't get another one easily, though, so try not to break it."
All right. I'll definitely make good use of this one then. Although if you did have a second one, it would really help me figure out how these work while still having one that actually works afterwards.
That's nice. Goodbye. And she leaves.
I can hear the eye roll over. The Cicatrix looks up the mountain. Huh, that's a big eye roll.
She goes back to her lair. She's done too much. Time to take some time off. I'm done for now.
Time to go back and hunt.
Yep.
You know there are people who'll challenge the dragon just for the ultimate price.
Yeah. Anyone who
Captain.
eludes her for a day and night, she'd actually give them a magic item.
She's pretty good at what she does, though.
She is pretty good at what she does. And anyone who cheats, like one of her minions who cheats and tries to go after someone who survived a hunt after they survived the timer, that's a huge violation against Malar. So now they have to survive the dragon.
I like to imagine there's no need to barrier really because you live at the edge of a steppe area here.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you can get out in 24 hours, I guess you're fine, but you're not gonna have time to travel far enough. You don't need walls. You just, good luck running for. Yeah. All right. Good. Does anyone else have something they want to do before we turn the year?
Yes.
Okay.
Valingnath wants to visit Thunderhome.
Yeah.
And by visit, I mean landing a respectable distance away. Visible enough that they know that he wants something, but not close enough that he can get, shot or anything.
Yeah, netted and bagged, as it were.
Yeah, let's not have that. But yeah, he's gonna pick out. I'd like to imagine Thunderhome as basically like a Warhammer 2 dwarven settlement that just has a vast empty field in front of it because it's easiest to shoot across.
That is basically how it is. Then again, there isn't much here. The shockwave that once, quite some years ago now, happened when this whole area blew up. Sort of knocked a lot of things back into the mountains. So there's a lot of like boulders and stuff stuck in the side of the mountain here, but not a lot of stuff on the land. It always was sort of steppe, but.
Yeah, so he'll find like a nice hill to land on and just wait until they figure out what to do about him.
Well, he's been here before. He sort of knows what to expect. After a little while, because it seems like they're never quite ready to just leave their hold. They always they like to stay indoors. A section of boar riding dwarves will emerge from the gates as they sort of slowly open the big stone gates. And yeah, a Warhammer settlement is kind of fitting. Imagine this sort of flat rock surface with like a big door and then a bunch of like windows and arrow slits and whatnot. And then they will ride out to meet him. Not taking their time, but not like going fast either. Sort of normal trot.
All right. Valingnath will shout over to them. As you probably already suspect, I'm here to talk. I don't suppose any of you are actually of any authority whatsoever, so you don't have to constantly run back and forth to make decisions, do you?
They stop sort of halfway, discuss it amongst themselves. There's a good distance. Like they couldn't yell at you, but you can certainly do it to them. And then they turn around and move back to bring someone of some consequence. Because absolutely right, they don't send those people out immediately.
Yeah. Well, once that person arrives,
Mm-hmm.
Malignant will wait until they come a bit closer, so they can actually respond. Before he says, "I've been told that you've had troubles in your silver mine. I've come with a proposal."
Wolf narrows his eyes, looking at the dragon, skeptical. He's that sort of dwarf. He says, "You have heard something about the silver mine. I would suspect some of our people would talk too much. Well, we don't suspect it's your doing. What do you have to say about it?"
Oh, it's absolutely not my doing, that is true. In fact, it's quite the opposite. My previous doing prevented that whole thing from happening in the first place. And now, since my influence has been waning, to put it politely, the problems are returning, obviously. I could simply sit back, wait for you to lose control completely, and then rinse and repeat the whole process of reclaiming it. But I have a different proposal, one that could even benefit you in this situation.
He looks at the dragon. He's a boar too. Is he like the boars are nervous this close to a dragon? They sort of step and trot a little bit, like constantly, a little fidgety, even as the dwarves keep them under control. So yeah, he looks up at the dragon. Tall. The dwarves always seem like they want to sort of stand up to the dragon. They always try to like face it head on. Almost sort of inherently not wanting to seem small in front of the creature. He sort of says, he seems a stalwart kind. Old, but remembers he's never actually met like a young noble or something from this place. I don't think. It's always pretty much been aged people past their prime who've come out to talk to him. Maybe that's just dwarven leadership, or maybe those are the people they trust to talk to him. But let's say the upper layers of the mine still work fine, even if the lower ones are overrun.
The upper layers will only be survivable for so long. The influence of the necromantic energies that suffuse this veil will eventually trickle through. The energy that prevented that from happening was most likely not properly maintained, to say the least.
It's clear again. The boar beast riders they give each other glances whenever they hear this. The common soldiery and the leadership certainly don't have like the same opinion about everything going on in Thunderhome. But takes a moment, bristles a little. Yeah. So what do you propose then? You take the mine? Is that what you're going to say?
I would not have come if that were the case. As I've said, if I wanted the mine back in my possession, I would simply wait. No, I, contrary to whatever you may believe, do still want to pursue longer-lasting relations with Thunderhome. I know, of course, of your troubles, of, well, deaths within the city, of attempts at manipulating your leadership and culling it so that whatever opinion the majority has is, in fact, in that manipulator's favor. And all of those things, while they only minorly affected myself, bother me. I don't like deception. I don't like indirect manipulation hiding in the shadows. I respect more open shows of strength to the point where I honestly, I respect your attempt at attacking the Fane, although it is still, of course, a grave insult. I do not respect whatever this creature is trying to do to this valley, to you, to me, to both of us. So I propose a series of joint ventures. The first one being to solve your situation in the silver mine. The second, a venture into the Underdark to pursue a lead.
You're very well informed.
I'm sure you know much about my doings as well, and if you do not, there's one thing you should know about me. I don't enjoy lies. Not only the ones being told to me, but I don't particularly see the point in trying to hide my intentions, which, of course, may occasionally lead to misinterpretations of my current intents.
Say we agree to your proposal that we deal with the silver mine and then the things below us. What's your cost? What do you gain from this? Just not liking our common enemy?
Not liking our common enemy is going to be enough for that second expedition. For the silver mine, I've another suggestion, which of course is in fact a demand or a price, so to speak. But I think you'll find it acceptable in the short term, most likely unnerving in the long term, which is exactly the point. You see, I want you and your people to continue mining in it, to do with its spoils whatever you please, really. However, I will have a presence of my people there at all times to observe and to count every ounce of silver that leaves that mine. To be recorded, to be remembered, and at some point in the future, I'm going to put that wealth that left the mine on a metaphorical scale, including whatever insults I've perceived from Thunderhome over the years. And on the other hand of the scale, I will put services rendered, compliments given, tribute paid, and then we'll see where we go from there.
It looks too. And how is that different from what you're doing now?
It's not. I'm just putting it out in the open.
And putting your people in our mine.
Absolutely. Would you rather you don't get to enjoy the spoils of the silver mine at all? Would you rather have my open and immediate hostilities, or would you perhaps entertain the chance that my influence is, in fact, of great importance to Thunderhome's future prosperity?
He seems to think, looking at as if weighing the negatives and the benefits of such a decision. It's clear that it's not terrible, but it's also not great for him. And when would this tally begin?
The tally will begin retroactively when I first asked for my mind to be returned. The time before that, when I was not available, I don't mind so much. I wasn't there. I could not have done much with the mine anyways. But afterwards, well, think of it this way. The mine is wealth on one hand, but divine importance on the other. It would be the equivalent, for example, if I were for years squatting and vandalizing in a temple to Muradin. You wouldn't enjoy that.
We bled to defend it.
And I acknowledge that.
We held it. Your people abandoned it, threw it to the wayside.
Most definitely an argument in your favor. One that, if it didn't exist in the first place, I would be far more upset.
Truth of the matter is, though, having your capabilities on our side in dealing with what's down there might go some way in saving lives that would otherwise be wasted. Looks at the dragon. Clearly his mental calculations continuing. And reclaiming the ancient hold has gotten more difficult after the shadows began moving.
Yes, most likely a consequence of the very same thing I am hunting down there.
Should have speed a little bit. You have been expanding fast. Many of these old structures have provided good stone for our work. There's still space in the mountains further in. He slowly begins to nod to himself. It's clear he would like to have assurances, but he wouldn't trust them anyway at this point. So he's not even going to ask. Grimith has shown that he's honest, and when he says that he's going to make them pay, that probably means that he is. No, you can tell, Grimith is actually pretty good at reading people. And this dwarf is clearly considering the short-term benefit, and maybe in the future, the dragon will have other problems. Maybe in the future, the dragon will be killed by someone who's unrelated to them. That would be very convenient to not have to pay the bill, so to speak. Well, if they fight right now, they would have to pay the bill and wouldn't have any of their problems solved. He'll give a nod and says, right then. All right, then you make a compelling argument. We will let your people into the mine, given that you cleansed the lower level first.
That is acceptable. But as I said, I expect this to be a joint venture, not me doing your dirty work.
He nods. We will tear down the barricades and burn whatever remains there.
I will need more than that from you. I do not only want to remove the affliction in the mine, I want to understand it. And I'm sure you have people who are more versed in that sort of thing than I might be.
Sort of looks at her and says, it's the foulest unholy things. They should be burned and turned to ash. These things dwell cursed places.
And pray tell, why is the mine cursed?
Shrugs. It's some old actions.
And that is exactly the mystery I intend to find out about.
As he sort of talks about, he was about to say that it's clear the mine was not of original dwarven make, but he stops himself. He looks at the dragon and says, I don't know why our ancestors would have done such a thing. But perhaps in time, we will gain the answers. The important part now is to get it back to functioning order.
I do believe that in this relationship, I shall be the one dictating what's important right now. You shall reclaim the mine and use its spoils. But I will use this opportunity to understand why that is happening there. I do not appreciate my priorities to be reordered for your purposes.
We feel the same way. She sighs slightly, like he's holding himself. Like he's not a man who's used to talking to people he can't yell at to get his way. Or grumble about. Let's just say, so when then?
I suppose whenever you manage to compile a group of your people who will both be useful and competent.
What exactly?
And perhaps some of your scholars who might be versed in the history of this valley, perhaps someone versed in the cursed magic at work there. Those are the people I need. And of course, for the expedition into the Underdark,
As I'm sure you know, our greatest scholar did not wake up. His head was crushed in his sleep.
then recruit their apprentices, their friends who might have read the same books. You can find out someone, I'm sure.
No, Slotin says, we'll find someone.
And do make sure that they are actually competent and not considered expendable by you.
No one is expendable. Say.
Wonderful. Now let me ask something in return. What is it that Thunderhome wants? What is it that you want from Thunderhome?
What I want is for Thunderhome to prosper, to be the greatest place it could be. What Thunderhome is here for is to create a new, recreate an ancient hold of our kind. Moradin has given us a blessing which carries our generations into the future. We were declining, but now we are restored, and our land shall be restored with us.
That is a noble goal.
Many of these old ruins used to be ours. We conquered them in ancient times. Now they lie wasted. And here we are returning to them.
Assuming our relations turn out as positive as I think they may, I see no problem with that goal. No tensions, that is.
He doesn't say anything. He just sort of slowly nods, thinking perhaps that there's already tension with them reclaiming the silver mine, which is obviously dwarven mine. To, you know.
Obviously a drawing mine. Like
Obvious.
all mines. But like, you know,
Well, they are the inheritors of the earth, sort of anything below the surface, and maybe also some things on it.
well, the thing is, like, mine for a dwarf, it's not just, the word for the place where you dig, it's also mine, as in theirs, right? Like,
But yeah, he doesn't say stupid. He just nods the dragon, says, they say once there was a city in legend using dragon fire to forge forbidden steel. Our kind have worked together in the past.
I would not be opposed to continuing something similar. My skills, I think, objectively, are far beyond what your smiths could do.
This insult is added to a mental list. As more of a sort of glances into the distance, looking at the distant silhouettes of the floating sort of earth motes.
Still, perhaps we can learn from each other. There are surely things that you dwarves know that I don't yet, and I'm sure there are many things that I know that you will never otherwise.
I suppose we will see you at the mine then. do give some.
What did you say, Monica? I didn't quite catch you.
We'll see you at the mine then.
Wonderful.
Oh,
Or not. To a bright future, then. Potentially, anyways.
It's radiant, some might say.
And then, wonderful, fly off.
Sure. The dwarves fall. We'll wait there a little bit and then gallop back to. Don't like being out here in the open plain. It's not a good spot. But they've gotten good at it, really. Being near the dragon, they've gotten better and better at dealing with that sort of inherent sense of fear. Inoculation. All right. Yeah, he's made a visit. They will gather some of their scholars and send them to the mine to study whatever's going on there. Though to them, it has so far been okay, a horrible undead massacre. So. But they will be there to assist, since Benedictine insists on it. The dwarves mostly just want it all burned and gone. It's down there. Word is that they mined a part which broke down a wall, which made bones sort of roll out and cover everyone there. They were living bones. Yeah. All right.
I mean, last time was quite an ordeal.
Yeah.
But surely what remains in the mine is something Grimith can handle on his own. Right?
Malignith and like some members of his team and some members of the dwarf team. You go in there and it'd be good.
We'll be a formidable force.
Your dwarves with halberds, their dwarves with halberds. It'd be good.
Yeah. Halberds all around.
Halberds are everywhere.
They're not as weak to crossbows as dragons are. Thunderhome's militia is useless.
No.
Oh
It's all
no. They didn't build the defenses on that side.
pure artillery.
Go get them, Malignith.
Those total war dwarven stacks the AI makes, but it's just 18 ballista.
Oh Lord.
Sure, I will need to take a really quick toilet break, though.
That's all right. Maybe we're sick of something you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I want to approach the hags. Would that be an influence role, trying to influence them to be friendlier towards me?
Yeah. You're just working on a success here, really. But yeah, I think so. You're probably going for well, it depends. What are you trying to what are you trying to approach them with? Are you trying to intimidate them? Trying to offer them things? Like what's the
No, definitely trying to offer them things.
I think
She-
it would be
Hmm?
No, go ahead.
She wants their help. So if
Given
she
what
needs them for counsel and information, then she needs them to want to tell her the truth.
given what they are inclined to want right now, I think you might end up doing in influence and territory. Because what they want is actually not like money. They have no real honestly no real concept of it too much. They've lived from forced labor all their lives in a place that doesn't really have an economy. But they are interested in a place to sort of be. Your territory represents the amount of land and different terrain types and whatnot that you have access to.
Right.
Your influence is how good you are at actually negotiating and using that stuff to impress someone. So I think a territory influence.
Huh. Yeah. Well, I guess we gotta try, right?
Yeah, you go right ahead.
Nope.
All right. You try to show them possibilities where they could settle in a convenient spot for you, but the places you show don't really seem to get it. They're still too spooked to be deciding to settle down. It doesn't seem as defensible as they would like.
Hmm. All right. Can I try again?
Of course you can.
Yeah. I do need to raise some stats though. Can I? Hmm. How would I go about raising influence?
You would
Can I?
so I mean pretty much how you would in real life. So you'd buy politicians and befriend people or
Right. So treasure and
and sovereignty.
okay. Yeah. I'll try and do that. Wow. Nope.
No. Try, but it's hard.
God.
Especially when you're working near the eel fort. There's just not that many people to sort of bring in who know anything about that place.
It's like, yeah, like, what are you gonna, like, how far north do you have to go to find someone? It's like, Worm's Hamlet is to your west, but it barely has any people, and it's not like they have any influence. The east is were-rats. They can't help you with hags. The south is fire giants, eventually.
All right. I mean, surely, yes. We'll base it. Oh my god.
Hmm.
That's fine. Who needs money, right? That's basically what the hag said too. And I mean,
Your minions at Westgate are like, we're doing what for the dragon in the Guildford? Okay.
they're like, we're not beating people up. Like, no, not today. Like, oh,
I mean, it's the fucking dragon. Okay, yeah.
Hack. Like,
yeah. All right. Well, God, fucking ass. God. Even Airy, but even Mysticatrix is like, 4 dice. I'm disgusted.
yeah.
Eee. I don't want to. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna have to be it for now. You gonna try, and we're not gonna make it.
Yeah.
Where Cicatrix is trying this in a diplomatic way, and as it turns out, like,
Yes.
how the hell do I appeal to these creatures?
You don't want treasure? Just like stares.
Yes, it's weird.
Yes.
Like,
All revenge? Just slight fidgeting.
it's just like days spent in contemplation, like looking at her hoard, like, why don't they want money?
Yeah. Why don't they want money or me
Beautiful
or
gold.
killing someone? Like, I mean, those are the two things that the mark basically deal with too. It's like,
Like,
don't.
I don't understand. Like, how can I relate to them?
Yeah,
How? Sick. I don't even...
I mean, these beings truly are not from here, clearly. Like, you can tell. Right? They don't know what the world moves on up here.
Yeah.
Like, killing people and money is basically what it's
Yeah.
about. Like,
My question is she intrigued by this, or is she, like, put off and annoyed at them by this?
that's a great question. Let me. I think she's just. Yeah, she's like intrigued, like weirded out in a way. It's not that she's like, oh, that's interesting. It's more like she's like, what? And then I guess after she tries to, in her head, justify it as a good thing, like because she really likes money and she really likes, to beat people up. So if they don't want that from her, like if those are not resources they want, if she can manage to get them on her side, then I mean, what they want is not something she cares about.
I like
So
that framing. Like,
like, oh, do you want
Hey,
a boat in like a piece of the river? Yes, take that. I don't like. but she's definitely just yeah. I mean, this is why she's not dealing with arcane people usually. Like their priorities are just weird. Like
Hmm.
yeah. I should spend some time in contemplation, trying to maybe even like talking with some of, like, not her people, because that will not will not help her. They also want to kill and have money. But just observing the hags, like what is it that they? Yeah.
There's 2 young hags, still smaller than Mother Druma. They don't really get to make any decisions, as it turns
No.
out. They seem actually to be sort of under her mind influence too, so she's the only one who really operates and does anything. The others just sort of hang around for now. They do seem to walk with her in many places, but she does keep them, like, sheltered most of the time. Beyond that, they eat some people and like, gather
Yeah, I
some
mean, as
bones
you
and
do.
strings and whatnot. It does some arcane stuff, like look at frogs and stuff like that. She's not really sure what all that means, but
Did you see this dragon like looking at them? Why are they looking at frogs?
they seem to be investigating like the stuff that's up here compared to in the Underdark.
Like, do they know there are giant eels for eating? Why are they looking at frogs?
They seem to prefer eating people. Certainly, the marked see them as absolute monsters. I mean, they're horrible creatures.
Yeah.
Nobody wants them.
Well,
Creepy and gross and messed up. Um, you know,
say, the mercenaries that we took in from the Ilford are horrified.
I mean, at this point, they've been there for years now.
I was gonna
Once
say,
they're dead.
like,
But yeah, I mean, it's not like you just don't want to be around a monstrous thing that wants to eat you. Most of the time.
no, which makes it it would be great if I could actually, get them some territory that is not right here, just for my people.
Could if you, I mean, the people will have to deal with it, right? You're also a horrible monster that wants to eat them, so it's not like it's unfamiliar.
Well, I don't want to
It's
eat
not
them.
right.
I just want to kill them if they don't follow what I say. I feel like there's a much faster.
I don't think they differentiate based on that.
No,
I don't want to eat them, I just want to kill them, which may happen through eating.
I mean,
Devouring is sort of incidental, really.
I think she prefers
Who can
slicing.
understand the motives of a dragon, right?
Slicing, maybe biting, but I mean, she really prefers water creatures for eating. They're just cleaner, like.
Okay.
Humans, who knows when they be? Anyway, yeah, that'll be me.
All right.
Then Valignos adventure back to the silver mine he once owned and cleared with the Misere. Now maintained by the Dwarves of Thunderhold.
That was my
Yeah.
first time playing with you guys in joining. Reclaiming the silver mine, a big pile of bones where he made the ritual.
I haven't know. Yeah. Yeah. Is it something Valignos wants to do this year? Just
I think so, yeah.
okay. What's the approach?
He'll probably bring actually a reasonably sizable force of his more competent minions, so to speak. Maybe a dinosaur or two, because who knows what the hell. Also, a bit to just show off what he has available. He's gonna be honest. They're gonna be, wearing shiny armor that, of course, he himself crafted, and he'll mention that quite straight up. Hey, I made that, by the way. Things like that. But then, yeah, he wants to delve into the mine where the dwarves had their problems and see what he can figure out and see what the dwarves think about things.
All right. Yeah. So so there's 2 aspects to this, right? To cleaning this thing. On one hand, it's a hard thing to do. The upper level has been sort of sealed from the lower level. The lower level is actually where you fought things yourself. The upper level is still being mined, but there's just a lot less stuff here to actually get. The lower level is not as full of bones as it was. It's been cleaned out. But there's a section of it that has collapsed out, and seems that there was another cave behind it, sort of a walled-up area. Somehow it seems like the ore has regenerated over time, so sort of has to block off parts of the mine with new ore. And when they mined it, it sort of collapsed in, and out fell piles and piles of bones of what seems to be mostly medium creatures, having been stashed there for a long time, which then whirled up and began integrating what dwarves were around until they sealed it below. They thought about going down there, but it was a really bad time, so they haven't really seen
I don't blame them, actually.
to push down there. You know, and if when he arrives, of course, he's going to be met by a similar effort to impress. Just with the dwarves lined up and ready to fight, right? It's almost as his force approaches the mine. It's like there's a thought there, perhaps in both his and their mind, like, oh, what if we just sort of threw down right now? Yeah.
I mean, if they want to strike the first blow again, then sure.
Because they're trapped between him and horrible undead monsters. So
yeah, that might be an issue.
Yeah, they will let him pass into the heart of the mine, which really is the upper level of the mine at this point. It doesn't have the aura of death that it had once upon a time, where animals literally go here to die. But of course, the aura of Tiamat is weakened over time, as it has not been, as nothing's really been done with it.
His approach is gonna be simple. I mean, Velgriff is pretty straightforward dragon, as it turns out, although not as reckless as perhaps he used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely like some sort of slow descent.
Sure.
Seeing what horrible monster awaits him that surely he can deal with.
All right. The first breach will definitely be a faction action if you're using your people to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's straight up an attack. You will need to do a difficulty of 5, which means that you need a success of 5 or better to do this first push in. Otherwise, you're going to get rebuffed by the what turns out to be swarming bones, swarms of living bones, of disorganized mess just flooding up and out, much like a spring of water almost.
That's not fucking horrifying at all.
That is pretty horrifying. That said, I think if Valignov, specifically for this, wants to impress the dwarf and also be well prepared, I think roll to increase his might, like retroactively.
Yeah.
Thought you might not be the worst. Sovereignty and territory.
We need more halberds. More halberds.
Just not only more, but also incredibly pretty.
Right.
Needs more too.
Double 3.
Oh, also double 3 for Thunderhome.
All right, and then we attack the mine with our might and our treasure and our Valignov.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't count as fortifications, probably not.
No, they're not defending.
I don't think you could put your behemoth inside the mine either.
I mean,
you wouldn't need them for the undead.
Okay. Well, let's find out. Yeah, double 10, double 6.
All right, yeah, you smash down into it. Your people charge in. You have your own drag. I mean, just the fire breath itself is a pretty good opener against tons of swarms that, in the grand scheme of things, are not that dangerous to you. They're mostly dangerous to your people and all the dwarves around. They move in too. It turns out you succeeded, so they didn't really need to push to the forefront here, and nor do you take any real sort of great losses. Of course, people are injured. Some people are ripped apart by the swirling bones, but they can be recovered in the next year. New people will join and be recruited and promoted and whatnot. So, of course, it's just a temporary decrease to your status here. I should push it there. All right. Yeah. By the way, you'll notice that Thunderhome's dwarves actually, even at your current level, your people have treasure enough to be well equipped enough. Thunderhomes are equipped to the point of being almost a little too much, right? They all have like when you have the sort of stereotypical guy who decides to go fishing for the first time and so buys
Oh yeah.
a bunch of fancy gear that he doesn't know how to use.
Well,
It is kind of that sort of thing. They all have gadgets and like specialized like oil lanterns and it's at this point it's almost not really helpful anymore. Just to have more of it. They have gained a lot of wealth. He recognizes some of them have beard rings made from elver salt metals and like red banner host gold, and they've had it's been yeah.
That's great. Well then, I guess.
It is, yeah. They show it off too. Lots of silver there too from the mine. It's really been a nice payout for them. It's clear why they want it back. Yeah, going down into the and you know what? I'm just gonna put Valignith in this map by himself. Honestly, that's okay. We could do that. We have the technology. He's been here before, so let's just put you here. Make this map visible. Let's just make you have a bit of visibility. Just a second. So give you a chance to move around like a dragon. Setting up the vision blocking. That'll do. You come to the area you've known well, the heart of the ritual, as it is done here. You can imagine that your people are following you. The hallways going down here are pretty narrow. The dwarves have tried to expand them a little bit to allow more stuff to be moved up and down, and they've added sort of trolley systems of little carts you can pull with ropes up in place. You could imagine they might want like donkeys or something to pull them, or boars, but the place doesn't sustain them. There's no food for them, and it would be a mess. You have the hole that was originally filled with bones have been cleared out, showing 2 more levels of the mine below it. Those levels have not really been expanded much, and in the heart of it, you can see the massive runic stone standing here in the center, mostly unearthed by the digging. You can move around as you will. It's been fighting down here, but as you get down here, there's an initial burst of things spewing up. Was dealt with. Your people cleaned up all the bones that were here way back. That's not.
Oh.
Oh well. Your people cleaned up all the bones that were here. That's not the news.
I'm back.
Yeah, you're back. Good.
All right. Hey, I remember this place. It's distinctly less bones than before.
Yes, exactly. I was just about to say. I did just say, I suppose. That he you and your people fight your way down here. You got 10s, so I just skipped the level and say that you got 2 successes really that were above 5. That's an even better justification for what I'm doing. So you fought your way down 2 levels and got to this one. It seems like the most of the bones that are spewing up has already been there. So at this point, it's almost eerily quiet, with not a real bone in sight. as this black sort of monolith stands here. That was the heart of the ritual you did in this place. The bones down here were cleaned out by your people long ago. You didn't want all those around. You ordered them destroyed, and they were. As you can look around, seeing a distinctly new mined path over here to the east of this area.
That's probably where they.
Yeah, the dwarven scholars are following. The dwarves haven't really committed as much as he has, but then again, they haven't really needed to with his own actions here. I don't know. Does that annoy him, or is he just sort of proud to show off?
It's what he expected. He'll make mental note of that, but not really pay it much emotional overhead.
It does seem like they want to, but they're just not fast enough to really sort of catch up with him when he smashes everything.
The ore thing we actually figured out back then, Grimith.
Did we? I forgot. It has been a few sessions. Yeah. Okay.
That was mentioned. That's nothing surprising.
All right.
Then, yeah, I believe we'll head to the new tunnel, which obviously is the source of all this nonsense.
It's a big, nice light. He can just sort of move over while the others will have to sort of move around the edges of this ominous pit. Yeah. How is he? Is he like moving slowly to wait for his people, or does he just sort of move ahead?
He'll definitely move slowly enough that he doesn't outrun them completely. Like, he's not gonna stand there and wait for them, but he's gonna try to move such that coincidentally they can keep up, basically. So yeah, he's basically waiting on them. There's no reason to rush.
Sure. Could be a perception check.
Sure. 31. Pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, he can hear the sound of bones being crushed by feet, or something heavy, at least, as he makes his way this way.
Is it like a stationary sound of that just...
No, something coming towards him as he rounds the corner.
Okay.
It's very dark in here. It sounds like many feet. Like many. Dry, crushing sound.
Many feet. A bonapede.
Yeah. As you know, the behemoths can't really get down here. It's sort of very narrow in these tunnels for them, and they would block them up a lot. So they've probably been stashed a little bit higher up. But yeah, some lizard folk, some dwarves, and certainly other dwarves, and certainly the scholars here too, who are looking around.
Yeah. I mean, the scholars can probably take a bit of a step back, unless they want to fight, which would be respectable. They're here for their potential knowledge and not, to swing a pickaxe badly.
Yeah, he can go. Begin to see the beginning of the room the dwarves dug out. You can see there's still some remains of silver and such in the walls, though clear remains of fighting and fires are here too. This seems to be where the bone fall began happening. You can continue to move, to rush in, really. Get into the middle of this room. A little bit, at least, to get a look at what is in here. As he will see things that are moving towards him from what seems to be indeed a hole in the wall where piles of bones have fallen out. These don't seem to be moving, at least not sort of all at the same time. There is certainly some like slight roiling, almost as if, imagine it's like a large ooze of bones sort of slowly creeping its way into this place, as if reaching for the pillar that is in the middle of the pit. Almost trying to climb its way home, nesting around it. Perhaps a boneyard in the making. However, the things that are upon it seem to have come from a place far deeper than this bone fall. as standing will be something he hasn't seen in a long time. A type of creature that he remembers, though, perhaps, as they shamble closer. There's maybe
Mummies.
about a dozen mummies in each host, 12 or so, like the ones he found in the old tomb once upon a time. And beyond that, there's a massive thing. Clearly a giant wrapped in bandages, dead and withered, and stalking forward with a determined sort of yeah. I mean, I suppose a shamble. They're not super fast, even if they're giants.
Yeah,
What-
mummies are bad news.
What is his approach here?
He
They-
does want to observe them for just a moment, unless they immediately rush him. Trying to
anyone. They're pretty slow, but
yeah.
yeah. I mean, as he looks at them, they seem to be moving slowly forward. The host's beginning to move ahead of the large one. That sort of raises its deathly hand and sort of moves it towards him, and he can feel a strange sense laying over him as he is slowed until this mummy slows a different target, or it is dead.
Okay, I mean that's pretty hostile.
Self a curse being laid, almost as if this thing is looking into his mind, angered at what he has done to this tomb, this place of waiting for the glory that would come one day. He has desecrated, he's destroyed all the waiting people, all the things they put in the pit. And yeah. His people and Scots sort of stacking up behind him, right? They're ready, but they're unsettled by this sort of the dragon standing here instead of rushing in and engaging as he has against the bone swarms.
I mean, at this point, it's time to engage. Just wanted to figure out roughly their intent, but that's pretty obvious.
He tries to sense motive the mummies. The mummy slows him. I understand
Yeah.
the motive.
Yep. I understand. That's
You have spoken in simple terms that Malignant appreciates.
let us continue interacting directly.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's see how much your people help you, shall we?
Sure.
So please, if you would, roll me another attack. These things are generally things you would consider somewhat beyond the scope of your people.
All right.
Bad. A couple maybe they could fight, but you know, there's 36 small ones and then a large one here. 2 5s, which means they help somewhat. Sheep, I suppose I'll ask you then, which one of these do you want to start by dueling? One of the little guys or the big guy?
What do you mean by dueling?
Fighting in a 1-1 fight.
I want to fight the big guy.
All right, then we'll do that while your people will be to deal with the others. Had you failed, you would have to fight 2 of them at once, and then, you know, at least for this first round. Of course, if he dies, then you will no longer be slowed. But yeah, I suppose it's not fair to just engage you. Okay, roll me some initiative here.
Okay. Just to make sure, I assume Willing have had a long rest since last time.
Yes, I don't think you
Good.
would in here sort of 9 days, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a year in like several months, like a year and a half.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
All right. You can use area attacks and such. Fine. We'll just your people are fighting other mummies and being cursed and having a mighty bright time of it. The dwarves will want to engage as well, but we don't really need to. I mean, I'll just deduct one of their mites temporarily here because it's important that they spend it, but their result might matter. Let's give them the roll, right? 5. They do pretty good. they succeed in helping.
Yeah.
Do they get to have their defensive bonuses on that? Or is that just not with, like, their asset or anything?
Well, let's see here. Did I add too many?
Because I was, like, thinking, like, wow, that's a lot.
I mean, apparently
Yeah.
they've got like a treasury of 6.
It should be like 2 smaller. But
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Alright, you deduct 2 of the ones, and they still have a pair of 8s and a pair of 5s.
yeah, they're tough and they're ready. They're well maintained, that are well trained, well paid, well equipped. Thunderhome is in a good spot generally, so they've secured themselves a good place in the world. But they're clearly threatened enough that they want to deal with something. All right. Well, the Mummy Lord will start by acting fast as it looks towards Belignith, and will move in to attack him. Just making it before bringing down a massive fist with a rotting slam.
That sure is massive.
Shouldn't say other.
Mummy rot. I don't want to be rotted by a mummy.
You get struck by the hand. Some of the like dust that falls off of it sticks to you. It seems to be like an earth stone giant mummy. Malignant.
All right, it's time to blow all the dailies, and then get killed by backstabbing dwarfs.
Yeah.
Well, fire is a good thing against mummies, he believes. It's a good thing against most things, really. So he will bring the fire. Although, let's see, that is a standard action, actually. Do I need that? I should have an action point. That's not. Let's just bring the fire here. With the weapon of astral flame. 29 against reflex. It's a mummy. It can't be that reflexive, can it?
Actually, as you strike against it, it will twist, and what you hit is but bandages.
Okay.
Yes.
And then
The thing unnaturally twisting and moving. It doesn't need to keep its body in one cohesive piece either. As it moves, as undead will, in unnatural ways.
I guess that'll be his turn for the moment. I don't have a mine action I want to do.
Another riding slam.
Smack again. Okay. More mummy rot.
Yeah.
Then he's gonna call upon the favor of Diamond.
Okay.
Assuming it is his turn, which gives him a +2. And then as a minor action, he will do his flame attack again. 31.
That hits.
Wonderful. For 11 fire damage.
So as the bandages light up, it is a mummy, and as many of them are weak to fire, you remembered correctly. So, as it lurches up and hisses at him. Right. Then it will reach out and place upon him I'll try to anyway, another curse.
29 versus will is a miss.
All right. It tries to bring down upon him a weakness and a mark to force him to deal with it, and in a way just sort of force him to give up his life, but it fails.
All right, mummy, your time has come. Just to make sure I don't confuse systems again, I can turn a move into a minor, correct?
Yeah.
All right, then as a standard action, he will sever the source. It is a ranged attack, so he does get an attack opportunity. Ow.
Crit. So it'll be 30 damage.
Wonderful.
Now, when you're first bloodied, you get to spend a healing surge, courtesy
Yep,
of your
I-
divine favor.
I will. I didn't want to do it that soon, but I will. That is a free action. Okay, the mummy has vulnerability 15. I don't know how that stacks with other vulnerability, but we'll find out. As a minor action, then, the weapon of astral flame attack. 36 for 19.
That hits.
Followed by a fire breath. Which you will sort of angle such that it covers his people too, as his dragon breath, of course, strengthens his allies, giving them 10 hit points and such. 34 fire damage, 40 reflex. Action point, which means another dragon breath.
Okay, yeah. Let's see what you're doing.
42 for 23 fire damage.
It is bloodied. As it is bloodied, a gout of dust blasts off of it. And,
27 versus Fortitude is just a hit.
14 acid damage, an ongoing 10 acid damage, and you're blinded.
Oh
Save ends.
no.
Corrosive spores and ancient embalming powders spread out and begin to acid and decay his flesh as it has the mummies.
Gets in your eyes.
Ugh. Well, that's a bother. I can just decide to not do that, but that's my action then. You know what? This is annoying enough. With the extra action from the action point, he's just gonna decide that this is not something he wants. It's 10 ongoing acid damage. You know, I would take 10 damage either way.
Sure.
This guarantees that I don't.
Thorak, the ineffable bullshit.
Yeah.
This
all right.
This is a dumb condition.
I've already used. No, that was a free action. So now that he's bloodied, I guess he'll use a reaction.
Okay.
Which will be this one.
All right.
Resist all 5.
Okay.
That's his turn. That was so many actions.
Yeah. Is this vulnerable as save ends or? Yeah.
It is until the end of his next turn.
Okay. Well, I mean, he does what he does, right? So he just slaps you. Well,
That misses.
look at that.
All right. First of all, minor action, weapon of astral flame attack. 36 versus reflex against the vulnerable mummy. That is a melee attack that hit. So, for the first time ever, Grimith will call upon the power of his flaming weapon, which in fact has a free action on-hit effect, which is an extra 14 damage and 15 ongoing fire damage.
Oh no.
God, with the vulnerable and the weakness on top.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, fuck.
Alright, using his flaming weapon on hit, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I looked over my character sheet and noticed that.
Well, you have an action.
And then as his action, he will, let's see, do I use it?
No, I think it's a good on-hit effect, you know?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, I think so.
And then he will hit with the Forge Master's Flame and roll a 1. Nice. Yeah, that's a turn. I don't think that was a bad turn.
So he no longer has the vulnerability 15.
He's no longer vulnerable yet. He still has his innate vulnerability.
Yeah, which is why he took the 25. Or it. I should not assume the Mummy Lord's gender.
43 hits.
Right.
For 17. Is that another crit?
Nope.
It's not. He saves against the
fire ends.
The fire ends. Grimith will give himself a quick pick me up for healing surge plus 27. Oops. There we go. Much healthier. And then he will do a minor action attack. 41 for 19. And the mummy falls.
Yeah, he strikes it down, and his people and the dwarves together are pushing the others back, slaying some of them. So just physically knocking them back to the entrance as well, giving him a moment to.
He's no longer slowed.
Hooray. I mean, he doesn't really need a moment. In fact, he wants to get in there and kill the rest.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm hearing you just want to fight another one.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna ask you how many do you want to fight? There's three groups here. How ambitious are you?
I don't know how strong these are.
Imagine 12 mummies.
Well, you know what? You don't know how strong these are? There's only
It's
one way to find out, sheep. Only in destruction
It's
is the
true.
truth revealed.
It's true. Let's find out how many Grimith can take. Yeah, just give me all of them.
All right, yeah, okay.
The fucking buffet line of mummies, baby.
Roll your initiative again. You want to be here? I mean, you were over here. Well, that's fair if you want to.
I would like to be close.
Sure. That's fine.
I will act last. I would not like to be close.
Your people and the dwarves are pushing them back, and then the dragon just like runs right up behind them.
Yeah.
I will get them.
All right, mummies. I'm already rotted. What else can you do?
I want to rot.
I mean, they will shamble forward and try to rotting slam you.
That hits.
As the many mummies all put their hands on you, you feel your life drained by them. You wither. More come in, shambling forward. Now, I'm gonna reach out.
That hits.
So shambles over.
In retrospect, this is too many.
Maybe you found out how many were.
Yeah, I've learned things.
Yeah, that's the knowledge you gain, and only in destruction is the truth revealed.
All right. Minor action attack against host number 2. 39 for 14.
It certainly hits you. That is attack.
Then, you know what? Let's be risky here. I have an idea. I think I'm just gonna do a bit of a shift and set them all on fire with purifying fire. That is, well, all 3 of these. I'm not gonna bother drawing anything, I think. 24, 37, and 40.
And ongoing fire damage.
Yes.
Yeah, these guys seem to be less well preserved and thus are not as dry as the other ones. They're not weak to fire damage.
Oh, if they're not, it's only 22 damage. The 32 is the crit damage.
Ah.
But they do take 10 ongoing if they're hit.
I think more because it's AoE damage and they're smart.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Is there any miss effect? Half.
Half, yeah.
Half and no ongoing.
All right. Come at me, mummies.
You have a minor action to like heal yourself, maybe?
No.
Okay. I suppose it's true you did minor, move, and standard, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. I was like, really, dude? Real like.
He wanted to sustain his cool attack that he does with his minor action.
Here.
Okay.
But in retrospect, I'm actually going to lose that. Will be 23. 4 hit points. That's all I need.
So, fire. Should have made a save with these on here. Nah.
Nice.
Then do a rolling slam.
That hits, which drops Malignant below 0. But he's stubborn. He's stubborn to the point where death doesn't throw him unconscious. You know, he's dazed, but he can fight.
All right.
Until you aren't dying, or until the end of the encounter.
So I guess you just continue until you're at your bloody value and then instant die.
Yep.
Death is a condition.
Well, you're still dying, I suppose.
But he was still dying, it's true, yeah.
He's
He-
dying
he still-
hard.
He still has to roll saves, except at the start of his turn, assuming it is his turn, there's one mummy adjacent to him that is taking ongoing damage, which means he regains 6 hit points from the purifying fire, which puts him at 6. Which means he is no longer dazed, because he isn't dying anymore.
Oh my god.
Which means he's going to use his second healing word on himself. For a healing surge plus 33, which puts him at 68. He's no longer bloodied.
Just imagine, like, for a moment, he's just covered in mummies and, like, begins to... No! Rosa.
And then that was a minor action. How fast do these mummies seem to be?
Well, not that fast, but about as fast as himself.
Wonderful. Okay, that's not good. He is going to take his minor action attack against, I guess, number 3 here, because he's taking ongoing damage still. 36 for 14. And then he is going to use his Shield of the Gods to smack all these mummies. Close Blast 3. Please tell me if this is legal or not.
What do you mean?
Something like this, originating like on his left square rather than on his edge of the token.
Yeah, you're allowed to originate a blast from any of your squares.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's all hits.
For 18 false damage, and they are knocked prone. It is also an area attack, so yeah.
So, he's covered in mummies, he's dying, he, like, just does that fucking, like, movie thing where he just, like, emerges exploding from the crowd of mummies, and they all fall prone.
Just throws a few mummies just all over the place.
The dwarves and everyone else is just, like, standing back. Yeah.
They're just watching, eating popcorn at this point.
I don't think they're eating popcorn here.
Metaphorical popcorn. That's all his actions, though. That was 2 minors and a standard.
Yeah. All right. I mean, these guys are pretty simple in what they do, so he'll stand. He'll take his ongoing damage. Stand up.
Harry, if it's any consolation, he can't do Die Hard again.
Yep.
Rotting slam.
No, that was
28 is a miss with his shield.
Also do the rotting slam.
That is also a miss.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what
please roll more ones. I appreciate it. That is it. For 17. That's acceptable, but I'm back to bloodied. Let's see. What other tricks do I have up my sleeve here? Not that many. He will just have to resort to smacking mummies, I think. Actually, another thing I, of course, always knew.
Yeah. Scan character.
As a free action, his flaming weapon means that all untyped damage dealt by this weapon changes to fire damage.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a perk, yeah.
Yeah, which he will absolutely use and inexorably do an advance against Mummy Hills 3.
Okay.
So these are both fire damage, 35 and 34 versus AC.
Hit and hit.
I mean, it's not going to matter because they're not vulnerable to fire, but I can do that, so I will.
You just bloodied.
Wonderful.
Things are dead.
Okay, then a minor action attack. Also, was one of them still taking ongoing damage, or did it save? It saved.
It saved.
Yeah. Minor action attack. 32 for 8. Wonderful.
What damage, right?
Yeah. Then I have one more minor action. Well, actually, a slight here. Shift, rather.
Yeah. Right. Just continue to come for you.
That hits.
The action economy!
It's too many. So many mummies.
How many mummies?
A lot of them. Killed like 7 with the big guy now. Big slams.
That's a miss, luckily.
More rotting slams.
I mean, on the
That is
bright
also a
side,
miss.
the Grimith looks really cool right now.
Yeah.
Like, really cool.
You know,
Impressive.
he can look cool for a couple
Yeah.
more rounds.
There's nothing cool about a red dragon, Airy. It's all hot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Sorry. That will.
Sorry, Rearman's here.
Oh.
Not cool.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry. I failed you all.
I finger gunned at you. I just want you to know that.
Oh
Right.
yeah, that is.
It's time to heal up again. Cure critical wounds. He'll spend 3 healing surges, or as he gets healing as if he had. Rather.
Yeah, all right.
God, fuck.
1, 2, 3.
Yep, we've seen this one before. Yep. He's
Checks
back
out.
to max.
Yeah. Full health. And then minor action attack on number 3 here.
Fucking cleric bullshit.
16.
That's great.
Sheep is damn determined to make his character into the solo like dragon it's supposed to be. Damn it.
That is a hit. The only issue I have is that I'm running out of damage. That is a miss.
Yeah, and they are hordes, so
They sure are.
Could have taken the short rest before rushing in, but
It would have been actively worse actually if I had taken a rest, because then I wouldn't have my minor action attack.
Sure.
I could see, is that? No, that's not. Wait a second. So I've got a magic item that lets me regain a 1st or 3rd level encounter power, but I've actually switched out my 1st and 3rd level encounter power for higher level powers.
so the
Yeah.
power stone doesn't actually help you at all.
Well, minor action attack against number 3 here for
Nope.
1.
No.
Wonderful. Let's just smack them with, a half-hearted charge, because I can't actually charge them, for 40 radiant damage.
It's a hit.
Oh, radiant damage on the mummy.
Doesn't actually seem to do as much as expected. And
Well,
one of
Rates and stuff, right? But yeah, it works perfectly.
and a dwarf adjacent to Veliknov gets slid around.
Oh,
But it only gets slid 1 square instead of 2.
Yeah.
true.
You love dwarves, but they will not be moved.
I knew Ari would love that.
That
Every
is
time
a
our cleric in our home game does it, I'm just like, yes. Fucking
miss.
dwarf.
And another rotting slam.
That is a hit. Alright. It's getting bothersome.
Yeah. But host 3 is almost down. It's just like
Almost.
handling broken for it.
You've bought all of the minions the opportunity to surround them and then just halberd all the mummies to death.
Yeah. Minor action attack? Maybe that's enough?
I mean, it's 9 damage, man. It's not a lot.
It's not
But
a
I
lot.
mean, he could certainly flee, right? and
Yeah, but how would that look?
yeah, the mummies. How would that look?
Hmm. Can buy another turn if I second wind. Yeah, let's second wind and see how things look next turn.
You get some of those nice bonuses to defense.
Yeah.
Hide behind 33 armor class.
Well, I mean they'll attack. Get
Yeah, that's 20 damage.
lab. Because retreating is one thing. There's another thing that wouldn't look great.
Yep, that is a miss. That is also a miss. When do I have to decide whether to retreat?
I mean, when you move away from them.
Okay, well, I can minor action smack.
Sure.
Hmm.
Fire.
I can still get some healing with the healing strike, but then it never hits. So I'm not gonna rely on it.
I love the idea of like your hopes and dreams hinging on healing strike.
It's almost. I mean, that's that's classic.
It's not the best. You know.
Surely if Tiamat wills it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
generally.
he's gonna give it one last parting smack here on the dwarfs. On the dwarfs.
Dwarves.
Oh,
Really
Oh, the mummies. The mummies.
see
Well,
his embarrassment if they're not alive.
Host
Wonder
3.
if-
That's enough to take
Take
down.
all the dwarves and the mummies at the same time.
God,
No, thank you.
his powers are legendary.
Crushed.
Wonderful. And then move action to shift, and another move action to get some distance and fly. Like he didn't agree to solving this himself. He agreed to a joint venture and also brought his minions. And
Yeah.
he did like half the work by himself.
Yeah. I mean, as he falls back, like the dwarves will lead a new charge into this. The mummies are one group is bloodied, the other one is sort of okay, but altogether, like he certainly brunted their fighting. I mean, you can fly and they can't, so worst they can do is curse you, but these guys' curse actually doesn't. The little guys here just do this, so it's not like that would actually really bother you. As you fly away, they don't have any of the "hey, you can't leave ever" curse, or "hey, whenever you attack something forever, you take damage."
That would be bad.
Yeah, those are not around here. Right now.
Right now. Oh, great.
Yeah, the bone path slowly creeping is still here, though it seems the surge of sort of mummies stumbling from what seems to be a rather long and furrowing and sort of branching tunnel going downwards. Yeah, you could go down that path to explore it. Or, you could take a short rest if you will. Basically, the dwarves will set up like a perimeter back here. They don't like being near the bones. It's slowly move. Unsettling.
Yeah, a short rest seems appropriate at this point.
Yeah.
Spend some healing surges. That's what they're there for.
For action point relevance, does that count as one encounter or two?
It's one encounter.
That's what I thought.
Yep. Yeah, Wellington has no interest in like going further down there, but he will basically order the scholars to start having a think about, what might be causing this. As he will declare that he is going to reinvigorate the ritual he did back then to sanctify the mind, which should have an effect. I would hope. And then he's gonna go about doing that, really. It's his mine again. He lets the dwarves use it, which is vastly different than the dwarves having taken his mine.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. Could you, as you look at this stuff, give me a religion check, but take a +5 from the dwarven helpers?
Sure. Religion check, you say. He knows a thing or two about that. +5 would be a 23.
Yeah.
That's a bit sad.
They look around the bones, you look around the bones and the battlefield and see what's going on here. It doesn't seem like this place is attracting this stuff, really. It seems like this stuff is coming here on its own, though as you try to sense sort of how, where-ish, what is animating all this stuff, you get the sense of a little bit like the dream you had, a sense of a distant divinity, as if this is meant to be, as if this is. It is certainly somewhat of a divine power, but it's not recognizably a god you know of, or at least there's no like identification symbol or anything like that. But there's an eerie feeling of divinity surrounding it.
And similar to like his fake vision of Tiamat.
Yeah, it certainly has the same sort of, the same creeping feeling that there's something bigger going on. That this is a part of a plan, and that he could be part of that plan.
He has a plan already. He doesn't need 2 plans. That's ridiculous.
No.
That doesn't sound champion tier. Speaking of player-wise.
Yeah, it sounds concerning, but of course Willignith will not ship that. He will, however, take like whichever ever designated leader the Thunderhome part of the expedition has, so to the side, to share his concerns. In a growl, angry voice. Of course, not directed at Thunderhome, just at whatever is happening here, at the united enemy. Saying that he can probably help protect the mine, but it would be wise to perhaps wall off this part again. While the true source is being hunted down, which of course is the second part of this joint expedition.
Orb sort of looks at the rich silver ore that is around the bones and says there is nothing that can be done to clean it out.
Not in the short term. Once we find the true source of this, I suspect it will be available to you.
My people are going to be uneasy knowing that there's this, he sort of points to it, slowly sort of pulling bones, roiling just behind a wall. What if the weight gets too big and it collapses again?
I do believe that whenever I last talked to your people, you implied that you were fairly competent architects. I'm sure you can build a strong wall.
Not certainly have to try. I feel my people have given me news that this is. Some of them sounded even irreverent, as if they were beginning to. Sort of looks uncomfortable. Like looking at the. It is. It is as if it's calling to us. She like glances up at Velignith. Just to see if he feels it too. The subtle sort of simplicity of just listening to this siren, this bone siren.
It certainly has some influence, which simply is more proof that it needs to be destroyed. It is, of course, possible that perhaps we don't have to enter the Underdark proper in the first place.
For frowns.
Perhaps we could simply pursue the bones, so to speak, deeper into the mine here. But it will, of course, mean that you can't simply wall this off and continue using the mine, but rather have to keep this place open.
Looks at the bones as I think the part of me that wishes me to go to them is one I shouldn't follow. slightly tucks his beard. It seems unholy, and yet not quite.
For now, I would suggest you station guards here. Make sure this presence, this bone avalanche, whatever this is, doesn't continue its advance. I have some contacts to inform about this.
True. Hart slightly insists that we'll do what we can while building a wall, but I don't want this place kept open for too long. Makes me feel wrong.
In the meantime, you inform Van Doom that I will need more than scholars for this next part.
He just nods. He's already beginning to yell at people to bring over like rocks and support beams and whatnot to just get like this sort of area walled off as much as possible. They don't want any part of this, and if the dragon wants to go into it later, they can make a hole in the wall and then let the dragon through. Yeah, there's good silver in here, but if yeah, they can't. There's just too many bones, you know.
Too many bones.
Too many bones. All right, what's his next move? He can leave the mine if he wants to.
His next move is gonna be.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some dwarves that thought about being duplicitous, but his people are also here, and they like if they be like this is not the time, right? There's being bones. It's not. There's other things to think about right now.
Yeah, but we'll tell the people he brought to stay here, help guard, and help build, help wherever they can, really. Well, he has some dragons to contact because this is getting beyond what he himself can do, I think. As much as he would like to. And he might also have to wait a week or two.
I will go talk to my people by sleeping first for a month.
Listen, dragon time, okay? I will be back soon.
Yeah. You operate on a different time scale than they do.
Sure, I mean Emmy is doing hunting, and Recicatrix is trying to woo the hags. So
Where Cicatrix is probably just like still in the middle of like her reverie, like, what do they want?
How please, no murder, no money.
She's like dangling like
or really like.
I just love the vision
They've
like where
never
Cicatrix
failed.
like she like dangles a body of like a dead ogre in front of the troll, like trying to entice it, but the troll's been like mind controlled, and so it doesn't immediately respond to that. It's like
Yeah.
maybe the Mystic Oracle would know.
What if I set more of my horde on fire?
I a hag to live with me. Like, you know, the answer is like no. No.
What does Mother Druma want? No.
No. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We could probably. So basically, like, it sounds like you're the one with the power to sort of to go talk to the other dragons because they won't be coming to you for now.
Yeah, I mean, Villinger will probably send a message to the Cicatrix to meet him at the Fane, and contact Emmy via sending stones.
It's probably going to be a half-hour delay, as like one of the fairies giggles and says, "The Great Green's out right now, but we'll make sure she knows."
All right, then tell her that I would
God,
like
I
to
hate that fairy.
Tiniest Tinkerbell voice, right? Summer Fae, they always have fun.
Yeah.
Sweet
That's
melody
nice.
and like playful tittering like in the background.
The sound of glitter.
It's probably like a half hour later, and Missouri leader there comes back, is informed, and just like blinks, and then just like bellows through the stone at like the dwarves to like get Malignant.
Alright. Malignant will respond. Say, hello, Emmy. I have a request for help. There's something that I do believe concerns all of us, so it's not entirely irrelevant to you. You are aware of the influence and such I've been trying to investigate that apparently originates from a lich.
Not particularly.
There was apparently a lich who was trying to both manipulate myself and Thunderhome into fighting each other, didn't like that. It's a whole story. I believe that lich is currently somewhere in the Underdark, messing with incredible necromantic powers that we have long since observed in the valley here and there. I also strongly believe that those powers are... Are we having a private conversation? Please make sure that we're not being overheard.
These Missouri leader there like pauses, blinks a few times, and says, "Do we even have private conversations when I go to the Fane? I seem to recall your minions understanding what we speak."
Yes, but in this case, I would like to pay attention to that.
She sighs and says, "I tell you what, I'll provide you the boon of traveling there myself. I'll be there shortly." She like throws down the stone, and probably like a half minute later,
Well, I will put down the stones and go wait for me.
The leader there lifts up. Like glares at like the eel for as she flies past, and if Versicatrix is coming along with the message, then Versicatrix gets to come along too. As we both head to the Dragon Fade. We even have a map for the Dragon Fade.
We do.
We can stare at that damn circle again. We drag myself into it. Nope. Where
is it? Where is the circle?
It's to the northwest of the Serpent Valley. If you want a specific coordinate, look around. Negative 87. Negative CW.
Look at me. Oh, that's my old token. I don't want that one.
As I think once both have arrived, Blackness will lead them into one of the more quiet quarters of the Fane, somewhere. I'm sure he knows where.
Alright.
And then say, as Versicatrix already knows, I've been investigating a apparent lich that has been trying to pretend to send me visions from Tiamat, getting me to do his bidding by killing dwarves. The dwarves have received similar visions. It's a whole thing. Unrelated to that, also I thought, the silver mine has had problems of similar nature as when we first went in there. I figured it was simply the ritual there fading, stopping to suppress the energies. But when I went there to fix that, I found out that whatever influence made that appear again is eerily similar to the feel of the visions. I suspect that those things are related. I also strongly suspect that the same necromantic source is the same we've observed its effect in the valley in the past. Versicatrix, you weren't with us back then, but when we fought the giants in the valley the first time, we've certainly seen strange things, and, well, didn't think too much about them, I don't think. But I believe it is the same source. I also strongly believe that this energy coming from somewhere in the Underdark is strongly related to the ritual. I cannot believe it is a coincidence that so much is going on in this valley, and the tomb, the center point of Yafel's ritual, just happens to be in the center.
I do not see why necromancy correlates with the ritual Yafel and Hel constructed to bind our souls to it.
Do you not believe that necromancy is involved in a ritual that involves binding of souls, sucking of life energies?
Everything
Death.
I have learned involves Hel having facilitated the ritual, and Yafel was no necromancer.
Facilitated the ritual, sure, but not being the only cause of it.
She shakes her head. You have given me no evidence to suggest that it is.
That is because what I want to do is find evidence that it is either related or an entirely different problem. However, that is difficult. I do believe that simply ignoring this happening right below the valley where the ritual is happening is a wise move. I also strongly believe that even if it were unrelated, knowing more about this power, potentially even gaining control over it, would be a vast benefit for our future.
She narrows her eyes, says, "This power is in the Underdark?"
I suspect so.
Then it is beyond our reach. You may recall you used to lair down there. You left it. Berestrix is gone, and he was the only one who kept tabs on such a thing. I do recall your hags are no longer down there as well.
I think I found an alternate route that will lead us straight to the source. I have also secured the support of Thunderhome and its resources. The creature, the lich that has been trying to manipulate me, is most definitely involved and down there, and I'm asking for your help.
To do what?
To venture down there to find information and potentially resolve this issue once and for all.
She scoffs harshly and turns to look at Versicatrix. What say you, Versicatrix?
She just stares, and she'll say, "Do you have a location, a route, some scouting party that could..." The Underdark is vast, and in my experience, really only awful things rest down there. And that's coming from me.
I know of multiple places worth investigating. There is the potentially most direct route directly in the silver mine, a tunnel filled with shambling bones and other nasty things. I wouldn't exactly send a scouting party through there. I know of few locations in the Underdark, or at least the area. The Aboleth, we know roughly where it led. It was slain by magic that is undoubtedly related to that. The ancient hold the dwarves are trying to reclaim is showing signs of being influenced, and I do believe there was a location that Veristrix had mentioned far in the past that sounds awfully exactly what we are looking for. It is.
Did he go there then?
I don't know if he did. If he had gone there and found out all about it, I don't think we would be having this discussion.
So what do you propose? Surely not just to charge in and ramble through the Underdark until we find whatever vague thing we are looking for. Just with narrow eyes.
I would never propose such a thing. Well,
Good.
I have in the past, but in this case, I do see the need for caution, to say the least. It is whatever we may be facing, I know a little about, but not nearly enough to make myself comfortable, hence why I'm asking you in the first place. I do not want to rush out immediately. I would like to use Thunderhome's resources for a little while to scout the Underdark, as you say. Perhaps they will find a particular place to attack, perhaps. There's the tunnel in the silver mine that could use some investigation. But my resources are limited, whereas you two have vastly different areas of expertise, which may have other approaches you can take to find out more about it before, inevitably, since this needs to be done right, I suspect the three of us have to take action.
I had thought our first concern in these mountains should be the expedition, whose master wizard still dwells in the valley. That, we know for certain, is related to our ritual and our plight.
I do, in fact, have a suggestion. It is somewhat related to this whole deal. I, however, am not sure if I'm capable of finding the right words. It's not a very well thought through plan. But perhaps Thunderhome could be convinced that their influence on the valley, their undoubted interest in the necromantic happenings here, is in fact also a danger to them, and we could use them as a proxy to get them out of our valley without us being immediately involved.
Those weaklings cannot be counted on to solve their own problems. How can you possibly imagine they would be able to assist in dispersing with this expedition in the valley?
I'm not sure if they're capable. I would hope that they were, but I can't be sure unless I see them try.
They are
Although,
clearly not capable.
sure, the alternate solution would then to destroy the expedition ourselves, unless you happen to have a better plan.
I had thought to try and imprison the Lich. I asked the Ogmites about the idea, based on the cage concept I seen them perform. They gave me some answer about research. She, like, squints her eyes, like, trying to think back, like, something about, like, a PhD. She doesn't understand it. A way to not destroy the Master Wizard, while also keeping it contained. Much as you were, with the Cloud Giants.
I think the situations are similar indeed. If all you need is a cage, then I have some experience.
A cage where the imprisoned could not extricate itself or kill itself, because if we wanted to kill it, we could just kill it.
Or contact someone else.
Some sort of way to prevent it from using the magic powers it has at its disposal. That is my best idea. for the Thayan skulking around in the valley.
I'll see what I can do.
As to this Death King which dwells beneath the mountains, she rolls like her entire body. I am not compelled to go down there without a direct reason for how this directly threatens us. And you don't have that. I cannot fathom how this is connected with the ritual, the curse of lethargy that keeps us bound.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And if this entity were in some way attempting to tamper with that, I am convinced Hell would do something about it, given that Hell wants nothing to tamper with it, unless it involves slaying us. Hell, after all, wants its souls, ours.
Very well.
I also recall assisting you with the mine at a time where it was going to be yours. I am currently confused as to your current predicament with Thunderhome.
So, approach I'm attempting to build a stable relationship going forward that does not result in, Thunderhome's destruction, really.
She looks at where Cicatrix. Are you convinced this needs to be addressed in a direct manner?
I am interested to research it, but I will not confirm any travel down there until I thoroughly know that it is worth doing and that it can be done. Without too much cost.
Misere just gives like a confused look at where Cicatrix, not understanding what world this black dragon lives in.
I don't like sitting on something I'm not aware of. It usually does not go well.
There are many things upon Faerun of which you have no knowledge.
Yes, but I'm not close to all of them.
Oh, perhaps you should not have moved into the Eel Fort then.
True enough. It has served me well so far, however.
The green dragon clenches her teeth.
I am more interested in finding a way to figure out whether this all connects to the ritual.
If you have a way of finding proof that it is or isn't connected, then that would be very helpful.
I'm trying to befriend the hags. I must say that it is not. Well, they're. It will take some time. They're odd.
Missouri like tilts her head, looks at both the other dragons. Have either of you asked that Druma where this Nebid, whatever is? Perhaps Druma would know. She's been down there for, what, hundreds if not thousands of years?
I did talk with them after I had a talk with the Oracle. She said that she feared the implications of her vision, and that it was not linked to one entity or person.
That did not answer my question regarding a location.
I do believe I mentioned both location and the name of the lich, of which
Out of character, did you?
I'm pretty sure. I don't
I thought you just mentioned the Death King to Druma. And not Nibelheim.
I think I asked her
Okay.
whether she had heard the name.
Alright.
I can check up on next time, but I'm fairly sure. I just ran all the questions through to her.
Anything else it's simple to ask?
Alright. In character.
I'll ask.
Back in character, Reserve Allegiance here says, you have not provided me any, reason beyond your desire to go down there and to, avenge some wrong committed against you by some entity attempting to influence you. And while I can respect that being a wrong, I see no reason to throw our lives away because of that wrong. There are easier solutions for that you can construct up here than going down there. Think as if someone were to invade our lair, what a fool's errand that would be. I know little of down there, and I'm strongly against going back down there, especially to fight anything that's already dead. I've had enough of that.
You're certainly allowed to dismiss my concerns at something.
I don't need your permission.
Oh, well, you have it regardless.
Maybe consider relocating the Fane. I hear there's rich land available for expansion to the northwest of here.
Relocating the Fane would be difficult, but certainly doable. Relocating the central focal point of the ritual that brings us so much bother is more difficult. And I still strongly suspect, or at least am concerned, that whatever force acts in the valley and does all these weird things is connected.
We have enough enemies that are trying to kill us. Hell employed most of them. Why are you seeking others?
I don't like the thought of letting whoever is down there messing with massively magical things, just letting it do its thing, and I don't even know what it's doing.
Exactly! You don't know what it's doing. You're just upset about it, and so you want to go fight it.
If you prefer ignorance, then I understand.
If you prefer wasting my time, I understand.
At this point, Vasigachik's eyes just go back and forth.
Night is falling. It's a cold night. Unusually cold.
Oh my eyes. We've dealt with enough unusually cold nights in this fucking region. Can't even pull that on me.
Consider my concerns brought to your attention and my request for aid delivered. I don't intend to act in the next few days, at least.
She lifts a claw and points at where Cicatrix. If you convince her to go down there with you, then I'll reconsider my stance on this. Until then, I will not lift one claw to aid in a venture down there. I've had more than my fill.
I would expect nothing less of you.
Splendid. Is there another matter you would like to discuss?
No.
Goodbye, Valignith. Goodbye, Cicatrix. And Emizure Leader Theor leaves this isolated area and departs into the cold night. For her warm hill.
Yeah. That's at least. She'll actually notice that as soon as she flies a bit past the lake, it seems normal enough. Seems to be a somewhat localized effect.
Oh, yeah. She remembers the MF Onren, Lord of Winter Pipers, and the unusually cold effect that was brought on by the... who knows? Maybe Telraxus is coming back. That'd be great.
It's a wind from the south blowing towards the fanes and out towards the mountains.
Okay. Hell, maybe it's the cold giants. The cold giants, the cloud giants. Who knows? She doesn't understand. She's leaving this damn place anyway. This valley can have its mysteries.
With Cicatrix, I have no further proof to present to you, nor do I have any good idea on how to get such proof. I will certainly draw upon Fundome as much as I can, but in the end, if my concerns are not enough for you, then so be it.
No, I am concerned. I just do not wish to go down there if it can't be evaded. I will try and find what information I can. Though I do not have much qualification in the matter. There are weird things going on here. And as you say, I don't feel particularly tied to this place if it wasn't for the ritual site that we will have to go to eventually. Really, what interests me is whether this is connected. If it is not, I can move. If it is, well, then we might have to do something about it.
It just sort of looks at the Cicatrix for a while with a neutral expression before he gives her a slight nod and says, "Yes, we might have to do something about it."
And then she'll fly again. Looking down. No, I said, wondering whether this isn't something the dragons have brought on themselves. Why she's tied to all this. Why her? Why her of all dragons? It's really not fair. She flies back home.
All right. Then I suppose the winter will come and go. Sounds like. So then we'll try to wall up the ancient mine.
I will make a improve the culture test using my territory and treasure at the end of the year. Like to bring the servants of Malar together here in greater cohesion.
It seems like make your followers also followers of Malar instead of greater capacity.
Yeah, it needs a. There needs to be some rebranding here. It's not a were-rat coven at this point. We're just, follow a Malar.
Hmm.
You don't have to be a lycanthrope to follow Malar. Yeah.
You don't.
All the folks that got brought in, who used to be a part of the Night Masters, this is what we're all about. And don't you want to be powerful? The giant spider nods. Yeah. The territory plus treasure. Missouri will assist for this. I will not spend a point of Draconic Essence. I don't think it's appropriate. That's 9 dice.
That's a yes.
Okay. Deduct the territory by 1.
Go from accepting orders without problem to being a little bit sort of creepily proactive about it. Having a lot of inside culture and things that might not be readily understood by outsiders. Perhaps ritual, specific phrases and such that are inherent to this. Almost becoming like a little bit of a subculture in their collective devotion.
Yes. This used to be how it was before, after we defeated Nobanian, but we lost focus along the way. Now everyone's back on the same page. Great. That's me for the year, then.
Yeah, a subcult. Sure. Yeah.
You can all take your full rest.
Yeah, I don't know if that is an action or anything, but Willignef would heavily encourage Thunderhome to do some preparation for our joint expedition down into the Underdark, including trying to research like whatever is happening in the Silver Mine a bit more, even if they're just walling it off, as well as potentially sending scouting parties down to the Ancient Hold, which I'm sure they won't object to, but also to that weird place that Vesicatrix once found. Not Vesicatrix, Veristrix, once upon a time.
How would you communicate to them, like... I'm not asking this to be an asshole, but, like, how would Valignif, like, word to them to, like, go find Vipetime, basically?
I think pretty directly. Like, he knows the place, he has an idea of where it is. It's
okay.
Probably where the effect is most strong. Like, he's not gonna, like, talk around it. He just says, hey, this is what I know about our common enemy, where he most likely is. We both want him gone. So you're going to do some legwork and prepare for our inevitable proper expedition.
The reports they find will be what they already know about the Ancient Hold is that it appears to be full of small-sized ghouls everywhere, lurking and crawling about. It used to be a lot of Darrow there, but it seems that a lot of them have had encounters with ghouls that have seemingly made more of them into ghouls.
Great.
Insane ghouls. Maybe the Black Pearl Bribe will still
Flopping about in the water too, like all wet and sort of drowned ghoul like. Yeah, they seem to be prowling for meat. Luckily, it seems like they're not really too good at using equipment of any sort, so the dwarves can sort of fight them reasonably well. But there's a lot of them.
How's the water levels down there, relatively?
They seem to continue to flow. The water is flowing from somewhere. I mean, presumably at this point, they've noticed it is salty. So presumably, they don't really have a way to measure it, but they presume it's coming from the Sea of Fallen Stars, sort of
right
through the mountains here and then flowing out into the big...
I didn't know whether it was emptying out faster than it was taking in, or coming in faster than it was leaving.
The water level seems to be lower than it used to for the Ancient Hold. Like the Ancient Hold, the docks there are really tall compared to what it's meant to be used for. But the dwarves will just like put a ladder next to it so they can walk onto the docks or whatever. That's not a problem for them. But yeah, so in old times it used to have more water than it does now, but it hasn't decreased or increased rapidly like in these years.
Okay.
So presumably what that means is that the Underdark is being flooded faster by the Sea of Fallen Stars than it is draining through this passage. because you certainly heard that the swamps are getting more and more filled with salt water. So
We sure did.
yeah, it's probably at current capacity. Water flow. It's pretty strong. It's actually easier to you sort of have to. It's hard to sail up the river. It's not the easiest path. Ideally, you want to go the other way. Then you have to be careful not to go too fast. And suddenly you'll fly over the edge of the.
Yeah, that don't sound like great fun.
So
Honestly.
enterprising people,
Yep.
they'll find a way to make it work.
A group of entrepreneurs.
And then finally the trade can.
The promised passage.
All right. Another year falls around, and during the days of winter, when the cold wind is blowing from the high tops of the mountain peaks, there's yeah, I mean, I suppose, I mean, it's so high up, but you will all notice, as it's been this way pretty much always. There's been heavy, thick, dark clouds surrounding the highest peak of the mountains. And as spring begins to come around, you see that they've cleared pretty much. There's
Oh,
some white fluffy clouds, but I believe you can actually kind of see the top of the mountain peak. Sort of slightly snowy up there, white. And
that'd be the first time in 40-ish years that Valignith and Missouri have been, like, out on the outside. Thinking one day, like in the spring, maybe we'll be laying on the hill and she'll look up towards the mountain peaks and she'll reflect on the one that got blown up, and then she'll look up a little bit higher and go, huh. Wonder what that's all about.
Yeah.
Oh well. It's probably not a storm giant.
yeah. Beyond that, though, I mean, it just looks like they're yeah, it's a peak.
Okay.
It's not visibly blown up or anything.
Well, that would create more questions.
Explode randomly. Um. Yeah. Yeah. Does any of the other dragons have a reaction to the revelation? I don't know if our Cicatrix really knows the significance of that, but
No, she does. Let's just, no, not really. I don't see how she would.
Mhm.
I think Valignith has other things to worry about.
I'm sure it doesn't matter anyway. Certainly.
Just a bit of foreshadowing. It's not a problem.
Opposite of shadowing.
Blatant.
Yeah, that's what I don't like.
Yeah. But I think that was also for the time here. News slowly spreads, but these people have been talking about Thunderhome and such, and as you still haven't come to blows, give you a little bit extra information about what happened there. Turns out that there's a strange thing that sort of has made some conspiracy theorists almost begin appearing in Thunderhome about the people who died on that fateful day. All of them had personal quarters facing the outside of the sort of cluster constructed dwarven colony. So normally you build it with, they build it with efficiency in mind. So housing, for example, would be on the outside of the colony, while all rooms and such that are central and important to many dwarves will be in the middle of sort of a beehive-shaped set of caverns dug out inside the mountain. And it seems indeed that only dwarves whose homes were on the outside edge of the sort of the hive structure of the hold were targeted and killed while in their beds pretty much universally. Many of them having had just their faces crushed as if massive hands closed around them and squished them to a pulp. That seems to have been the preferred method of killing.
Okay.
Beyond that, Selthaston has recovered enough to feel like he can do things, and doesn't particularly love the smuggler village he's set up in. He wishes to go back to Westgate, if not to set up a faction, just because he kind of likes being in on everything and knowing things and lording that over other people. If there's a place to do that, it's Westgate. He loves gossip, after all. Something he's been
Look at that
fond of.
face. That face is a face that loves gossip.
He's also proved
Yes,
a
perfect.
lot of connections. He suddenly is a black dragon showing up, knowing a whole lot of things that people don't expect him to. He doesn't turn into a person form ever, so it's he's open about his dragonhood, but that only gives more credence to his information broker sort of business.
Yeah. How does he know so much?
Beyond that, he begins to curry the favor of the Black Network. Their symbol, is nice, and they have all the right sort of people that he sort of just like becoming friends with them. So it's a good thing. He knows a little bit about everyone. Sort of his pride and joy. Cinnamon has left. She is done doing what she's doing here right now. No real comment to what's been going on over at the hill or even at the city. She is very focused on destroying the spell plague and dealing with the Council of the Sharn, whatever that means. The Emerald Enclave's focus somewhat is with her too, but they're really a lot more free now. For the first time in a long time, they're not spending most of their energy sustaining or trying to keep Starmantle from spreading. They begin to meander a bit. The druids spread out more, and sort of there's almost an uneasy peace in the Goldmere for a time, as everyone's sort of expecting something to happen. A clear challenge has happened. The followers of Malar have intruded upon the sort of divine peace that existed, the decision that Nobanian owned these lands, and that Malar would, even if he had some influence, perhaps not have any real influence. It is now, with Nobanian no longer answering prayers and Malar certainly doing it, it is an uneasy time in the forest. A lot of anticipation, a lot of hunts, mirroring almost the amount outside, but not as organized.
Hmm.
Beyond that, news from Colmere is that a member of the royal family has been assassinated by apparently faceless murderers. They were not really recognized and apparently disappeared before they could be apprehended.
Shifters, maybe?
Face
Maybe.
dancers.
All sorts of people have all sorts of different ideas, but it is a ominous thing, and surely Sembia is to blame somehow.
I believe it.
That
I
said,
mean, that's a fair assumption.
it was not a particularly important one. No real great military leader or anything. Not the king, certainly. Just a member of the royal family. People are suspicious. Maybe the royal family themselves wanted to get rid of that person. Maybe it's a test for someone wanting to see if they could do it. Maybe it's a threat. People don't know, and there's no real sort of official response beyond a fancy funeral.
A lot of speeches.
They do it, and it's all about the sun and the future and the the great goodness and stuff like that, justice and but that's sort of the recent news going around. Yeah. Do you all have any immediate sort of things you wanna go accomplish or do? Or?
I do. but I'll hold that for sheep if you wanted to go first.
I mean, I would like to wait on the cicatrix, actually. See if she'll do anything to find out more about this. And if not, I don't know if I have any faction actions.
Then, Arid, is there something you wanted to do right at the start of the year?
Yes, I mean, I want to try again to befriend the hex. Surely, it's just a matter of chance, right? Friendship is all about gambling. Yeah, I'll keep ramming. They'll appreciate my persistent nature. Still influence in territory, I'm assuming.
Yeah, makes sense.
Right. What was it I did last time? I will try to squeeze territory and sovereignty to see if I can up just a little bit more treasure.
Okay. You sure you weren't spending treasure and sovereignty to up influence?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You just
Yes.
realized you're, I think,
Yeah,
spending.
yeah, you're right. Treasure and sovereignty, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yay.
Decrease the treasure and increase the influence.
And I mean that would be the signature really doesn't. Oh, she doesn't wanna. No, we gotta try without it. She doesn't wanna fucking completing.
Hmm.
Right, that's 5 dice. I mean, that's a good pool. No, no, it's not.
It was.
Yeah, it was. Now it's 4 dice. My lord,
The continued adventure is of how do I entice these hags?
how socialize? How?
Well, I
It's
don't.
got the.
Yeah.
God.
It's not even a mystery of how to socialize, but it's like how to socialize with hag.
Yeah, they are not just mindless murderers. Like,
What does hag
well,
want? Hag speaks in vision.
I think it's the best thing is getting tired of this. This is personal. This needs to be over so she can do so she can actually use them. So she will.
They think you're pen pals, and they,
Hmm.
you know, you want something more, but to them you're just pen pals, and so whenever you come and say hi, it's like, yeah, they give you tea and there's a nice chat, and then you leave, and you're like, well, we're sort of
Yeah, so that's not what I wanted,
not
though.
just talk, be nice or visit. I want. You have to
Yeah.
work.
So the Cicatrix will get involved because this is absurd, and then she will also spend a draconic essence.
We're pushing effort into it. Oh, look at that.
Because she got involved.
A success.
You know.
You'll talk to them. It's quite clear what the rumor wants right now. Uh, he wants a lair where the hex can be, and ideally one with decent access to a workforce, though she can sort of has slowly established that by herself. Really, she doesn't really need a lot of help. Well, she has sort of pretty good grip on the situation. He's a monster of strength in her own right. Um, Now the next step to actually make them an asset, they're positively inclined. You can work with them. Is to do a what would that be? Territory sovereignty, I think. To just make an asset out of them.
Great. I'm having so good luck with rolling. Yeah. I mean, that's what we'll do.
To settle them and make your people be okay with it in a way that they can actually work together as a be manifested as.
I mean, that is a success.
Technically. True. True. So what I'm
Barely.
thinking with them, right? There's the classical, you could get a bonus die to things, but I'm thinking this will be one of the assets that expands the trappings of your abilities. So something that makes you able to use to do a thing you normally cannot do. Right.
Okay.
This could be something like you can get information about anything, and receive answers befitting your success. Essentially, you could ask your faction, could try to gather information about any topic using the hacks, but the kind of answer you get depends on how many successes you roll.
Okay.
And
I will
basically, your,
take
your
that.
your faction, there will always be a vision, but the thing about hag visions is they're not always super useful if you can't interpret them. So you will use your faction stats to gather information, but it could be about any topic, and the better you roll, the better you are able to utilize the hag's sort of visions and knowledge and that sort of thing.
Great.
Yeah.
Your very own diviner on staff now.
Yeah.
I know.
Interpret the bones for me.
You once knew a guy like that.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, Vocord. Things turned out well for
Should
him.
I act now? What should I do, you ask? Is this the time? Yeah. You can add that to your faction.
Oh, I did. I did. Blah, 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 blah.
Just call it the Hag Coven.
Yeah.
Just Hag Coven. It's how Mother Druma prefers to talk to people. She doesn't really want to go fight for anyone. You know, her battle capabilities are fairly just defensive, really.
I don't want her to go fight anyone.
Her big trolls and other turrets usually to avoid any problems. She wants to nurture the two younger hacks she has with her too, to make them old crones like herself. Well, they already look it. All right. Anything else you want to do?
Not for now. I have to try and find a way to do more stuff with my limited resources.
I disconnected for a bit. Did you ask her about me time?
No. I can do that as well. Did I?
If you ask her about that name specifically,
Yeah.
say that well, I am not. The coven has existed for many years, but even we hags do not live forever. We don't even have as long lives as you do. Every generation is replaced. We would take the bodies of our oldest crones and slide them into the many sinkholes around our old lair. Their knowledge would bolster the place. Their eyes would help us see better. Here it is less clear, but we are less likely to be interfered with, it would appear. I have not known all the realms that used to be below. I know the giants had one. I know once there were dwarfs. I know once there were dwergar. But I have not known one that has been functioning, certainly.
So you do not know of this Niedheim.
It means down home in Giant, but I
So presumably, if there is a place where they used to be, it might.
looks at Cicatrix says, they used to be everywhere.
Of course they did. I was wondering why you want to be on water.
Honestly, yes, I've come to like it there. Though it really is the place of my sister.
So it is not. Is it? Does it help in relation to this horrible influence from the Underdark? Or is it more personal preference?
I foresaw dark things happening should I have stayed. I saw hands coming from walls to grab me and pull me down into my past. I want none of that. No. I have always been careful. It is why I'm here and not. You see, my sisters, they had visions. Visions they thought were true, telling them that if they did not fight the dragons that were approaching us from the surface, they would be killed and die. I doubted the truth of this vision. I acted against it, and I lived. I have recreated them in my own image, and I am cautious, is all. They
Well,
foresaw a vision of death by dragons. They had it, but I acted accordingly, and I did not. My mind was always stronger than theirs, more difficult to lead astray.
might very well be this Death King entity who did it. I understand that he has been sending just about everyone around here messages supposedly from their deities.
There are many tales of things like that in these mountains. They say the ancient smiths would be here because they would receive ideas, things they could not have thought of themselves, things they could create of amazing ingenuity. They were always our neighbors, if you will. I did not like their place, but I knew of it. Trapped Asa and Fire Giant used to run that place. Great foundries.
So they siphoned energy from there? Specific just looks confused.
They simply sort of, let's have a slight side. Looking at the cigarette, they spent a lot of time now, and it is as if you thought about something, and you could not answer the question. But then you spent some time there, and perhaps at a specific time of year, or after a certain number of years, you thought about it again, and suddenly you knew. You knew better than you could ever explain why you knew. Then you followed the instructions in your mind, and wondrous things would be created.
But who gave you the idea and why?
I don't know why it is, but it simply is.
The physics something like that. No. Sounds like a great place to influence people's minds, I suppose.
Oh, yes. She smiles at that. It is a great place for such things, but then again, I speak from the perspective of someone who is quite skilled at it. Not that I would ever try to influence you, of course.
Missy just looks at her. Like, seizes her up and down, like... Well... That is certainly unsettling. I do not think our interests are currently disaligned, however.
That is good. I shall remain by the water, I think. My trolls will thrive here. If need be, we can even move further out. Of course, if you have questions, you can ask me. It is the least I can do for the service you have provided me.
Well, I have many.
All in good time. The visions do not come when I ask.
Well, then, the sooner you get there, the sooner. The better, I suppose.
Get where?
Hmm?
Where you thinking of getting to the visions?
Yeah. No, she's just saying, like, so then go back so you can, so that I can receive answers.
Basically, she just needs to apparently, that's convenient. She just needs to like be able to meditate with her sisters around like a collection of eyeballs that they have. So
Yeah.
no.
No, but Six's like look after her when she leaves and is like, what a fickle thing.
Well then,
And she will send a messenger to the Vicness with her new findings. And say that she will continue to try and gain information. And I think she will also reach out to Sinistin and ask whether he has heard anything about the place, Meantime.
I all right. Then you will get the response that he has not, but perhaps he might know someone who has.
All right. Yes, what do you want?
Oh no, I mean he just doesn't know what it is, so he doesn't know who might know.
It is supposedly a place in the Underdark.
Oh, then wait, no, they were
Meaning.
eaten.
Hmm?
All the Underdark people here were eaten by rats. That's why she remembers.
Yeah.
But the Rippers, they come from the Underdark, somewhere deep below, and they have many spies. If you're looking for that sort of thing, you might have to talk to them.
you're on good terms with the Rippers, last I remember.
Well, good. We are not enemies. I like them a lot more than they like me. You know. Yeah, I mean, the Investigatrix will definitely plan going to the Rippers and you know.
Was it meeting with the two mind-devouring monsters?
This just goes to
Oh,
show,
that.
like, Wercy's desperate need to know everything, that she wants to go meet with two undead mind flayers.
No. I was thinking of the Sleepers Council. No, she's not going to the Rippers. No.
So, Since it doesn't think Getra would have paid attention enough to learn the name of the place. So
No, that's fair.
he might be from the underdog, maybe. Citizen doesn't know, but you know,
Right.
he doesn't. Citizen doesn't really like the Steelers Council because they're very unreliable, and I mean, in one way, you can count on them doing what they're doing. They certainly see it done, so to speak, but not really.
Which it's a nice thing.
Yeah, Getra probably didn't take the history skill.
No,
No.
he doesn't pay that much attention to any sensible things, really. That says the similar thing. He thinks the two here, like the rivers, he thinks they're scary. He thinks they're monstrous. But he also thinks they know their stuff. Most definitely.
Yeah, well, the last time the only thing they wanted was, the Temple of Ogmites, and that's not. That might not be a thing I can give them. So,
Beyond that, you hear that they're kind of friends with the cult of Sarah. Kind of crazy.
yeah. All right.
All right. Well, if you don't want to meet him, then
No, no.
Well, then looking back to you, Sheep, before I take action. Doesn't sound like there's anything that's going to prompt you to immediately act, though.
Something that I think, well, I would like to do. Well, two things actually, but one after the other. Or is it too soon for that? I don't think he wants to do anything right now.
all right. That's
All
fair.
right. At the start of the year, the high hunts have come to a close. Amy's our leader here will call every minion and servant that she has to the lair. And in conversing with them atop the warm hill as they've all gathered to behold the great green dragon, she will inform them that it is time for change, that they have outgrown this site and the surrounding land, and that it is the will, based on the victories of this group, of these powerful individuals, and of Emizure leaders here, to move eastward, towards the Gulfmere, and to erect a new place that will be better than this one, and also be dedicated to Malar, in the ashes of Starmantle, which would not have been cleared were it not for this group. This will take some years, but Emizure leader intends to vacate this territory. And so any minions who don't come along, don't come along. And their efforts are going to be devoted to basically like gathering up the materiel and the capable individuals to begin erecting a grand temple to Malar.
All right. Well, the Druids of Millar will want to still have the hill sort of. I mean, it's an important place to them.
It sure is.
They're not her minions per se, but they're certainly allies, and they might stick around there. Maybe even more so than in the past if she's leaving it, basically.
She intends to leave it, and she intends to find a suitable protector for the area. The fairies are also called for this meeting too, though I'm pretty sure that they're never going to want to leave, and she's going to be baffled by it, because they want to stick next to the Feywild portal, and she doesn't understand why they don't want to come with someone as awesome as she is.
They have like little golden Tinkerbell flowers here and
Yeah.
such.
Yeah. Yeah.
The gardener is ready to go.
Yeah. It's going to be the best, like the most ambitious project yet for the gardener.
Repair land damage by the spell plague. That sounds great.
Gonna repopulate that. It's currently just full of nothing but ashes. We're gonna
Turn
make that.
people into compost and then grow forest on it. Yeah.
That's what we're doing. She is going to then like a pair of like ogres she's slain, go visit Dayan. And the gist of this, we don't have to roleplay this out to the fullest, given Dayan's relative importance, is basically, Dayan's won the waiting game here, because she does intend to leave. And so Dayan, whose current ambition is to stay here and prosper, ultimately gets to not have any contest for the trade road, because she's going to be, like, it's not directly, like, in her grasp. And she doesn't intend to build a road, because Malar doesn't really like roads, so she's not going to build one to the Grand Temple. But what she intends to broker with Dayan is that she is willing to give up her territory peacefully to Dayan when she moves in several years. In exchange, he must promise that he will protect the Shrine of Malar. If something is to happen to the Shrine of Malar, she will have to return, and she will hold him accountable. To sweeten the pot, he will mention, given Dayan's natural proclivities, that there's like a connection with the summer fae there in the hill. There's a bunch of tiny, adorable summer fairies and summer flowers that were also not going to be under her protection if the territory were to change hands peacefully.
Yeah, that seems like a good deal. And it's changed since you last seen him. It's been years, and
It has.
I mean, you've sort of seen their people, but it's been a long time since there have been any real dealings with them.
Mm-hmm.
He has children of his own now. He's sort of grown in a bit. Like he's aging to the point of it being like visible. Right? Another reminder that the creatures and people around her are sort of, they're showing visible age compared to when she was. I mean, she certainly doesn't feel older in that way. Like more
No.
powerful, sure, but she can see people with her in a way that's maybe
Those damn weaklings.
troubling, yeah. But it sounds like it's a really good deal. I mean, they live here, they have the land, and the trade road is certainly here. It's moving, and it's providing them well with what they need. So yeah, it doesn't really change what he feels his obligations are. I mean, he'd probably be called upon to defend the shrine if it was really threatened anyway. So
Yeah.
and of course, if he can deliver his I mean, he sort of got a little bit out of the Fey pyramid scheme.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Banner house still finds itself weirdly in. But if the hill sort of happened to be reattuned to like a winter Fey situation, it could be the cold hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so long as she has his promise, because she knows how much the Fae care about that the Shrine of Malar is going to be preserved and protected, then yeah, and when she does move in several years, she will peacefully vacate the territory.
Right. Begin to get ready to get back into the plains, really. Gets people up and moving. There's a chance to grow here.
The next thing that she'll do, she hasn't really reached out to the fire giant Victus for several years either. Just hasn't been like a need or an interest. I think it's just basically just to summarize, like a how's it going? Oh, and that peak up there, that's been stormy the entire time I've been in this area. That cleared up. Is that a thing?
Yeah, her responses will be still no sign of the stone giants. They left somewhere underground. She's not haven't come back. But hill giants, ogres, everything seems under control. There's no real issues going on. Nothing weird happening. Seems like they've mostly made those damn two-faced creatures either hide from them or leave. They're not sure exactly what happened to them. They got some of them, but at this point, basically, they're just not showing any aggressive action that they know of. So,
Right.
so that's sort of fine. Things have solidified. There's no rebellious thoughts or such. As for the place up there, she can't, she's sort of a bit far south, but yeah, she's heard something about it, and she certainly didn't do it. It might mean that the Thunderbirds have left, because Thunderbirds are ones creating storm wherever they fly, and they have been circling that place for They didn't. I mean, they didn't used to always do it, but I mean, what does she know? She barely has been to the Cloud Giant one.
Right.
It is where the king
Okay.
would reside.
Yeah.
She's never been. So.
Yeah. Thickness cares about as much as the dragon does. Okay.
She looks up there and thinks, it's troubling, but
It's so far away.
it's not my trouble.
Yeah, it's not my problem. All right. Cool.
Yeah. And if a storm giant came, she'll note, then maybe they would all maybe then basically she would just have to give the storm giant like whatever loyalty that they demanded, really.
Right.
They're apparently like a legendary sort of. Yeah.
Okay.
Also rumored to be very benevolent somehow.
Delightful.
Hmm.
All right, yeah. Then I don't even know what actions this is going to involve. I'm just going to spitball things at you. I need to import some wonderful not wood crafting materials because Malar beats up woodcutters. So like a stone of some kind. I need to import like some people that would go about erecting some perfect geometric shapes. And it's going to have to be done over the water, because there's not going to be any land travel involved here. And she basically, like, sends her faction, by and large, to start working towards, like, shipping things to the ashes of Star Mantle. So, for, like, the importing and, like, purchasing of, like, materials, and, like, the attracting of, like, people to, like, build this stuff, what am I looking at for, like faction roles, if I'm even doing that?
For that, you would be doing influence and treasure to leverage your ability to purchase things.
That makes sense.
But I think right now, like the first step is just moving your faction. I think this is a distance where that might actually be the thing you do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
To just move your faction, you relocate. It's quite far, and it's certainly in a place where you haven't been before.
Mm-hmm.
It's also extra hard because the bridge here is still like it's a big bridge, but it's completely broken. So there's no real like Whereas luckily good swimmers, but material and such has to be brought, right? There's multiple trips and have to get established and get like food and whatnot, and basically moving the faction will count as establishing them.
I assume that would be. Yeah.
The weakness of moving basically is it gives people the initiative if they want to act against you or stop you, or can sort of attack you or things to you. But
that is what they're going to be working on this year, then.
You can put them over there, and then that's faction now functions from that location.
She remains with like her closest followers and folks who like live in the hill itself.
Mm-hmm. Who stays behind? Probably flying between every now and then.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really that certainly doesn't calm the people of Cedar Spoke or Embry or Telfia or the other small settlements in the at the center of the Gulfmere here. Then again, they have their own fair share of Mela worshippers, right? Who sort of live as hunters and embrace that aspect of life in the wilderness, but this place has traditionally been much more benevolent than that. Times are changing.
They sure are. You can blame the spell plague.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good.
All right. In that case, to move things forward a bit, Vatikanov would like to do two things. He would like to establish an outpost in the Underdark, so to speak, and he would like to scout out his old lair. Because apparently, like, Kruma mentioned that, and that seems weird. Maybe something moved in there. I mean, there's nothing really of interest to anyone in there anymore, surely, but who knows. But to the first part, I think Vatikanov would like to assist Van der Home in taking the ancient hold. I think that's something that he and his faction can solve at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like ghoulish, Darrow. Like they don't seem like that the most threatening thing at this point.
All right. Thunderhome, however, just before you do that, they have to do a couple rolls here that are significant. It is a sovereignty might. And sovereignty. All right, because they have a bit of unrest really. Currently, there's a couple very different ideologies going on in Thunderhome. Some people believe this red dragon is evil. How could you work with the red dragon? There's just no good can come from acting alongside evil monsters. If the red dragon wants to do it, it's probably a bad idea. And then there are people who say, well, I mean, we could profit from this whole ordeal, or there's a greater evil to fight. And it's come to some blows. There's been some actual like people calling out some leaders, and there were some struggles and such. The things didn't turn into a riot or anything, but certainly tensions are high in the city, and they had to expend some resources. They managed to keep everything somewhat under control, but it's probably not the last of that unrest that they are dealing with. But yes, of course they'll go to the hold. That'll distract people.
I mean, it's. I feel like it's a good argument in Velling's favor if he assists with that.
Yeah.
The ancient hold at long last.
Yeah, it's been a while, but at this point, I'm, especially with the Aboleth gone, I'm happy to try again. Well, not happy, but willing to try again.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that beat trying to swim down there to kill an Aboleth at its whole terror.
You're looking at attack with a difficulty of 6.
6, you say?
The ghouls and the defenses. I don't think the. I mean, yeah, you technically have Behemoth. I guess the skin wings can be a great help down there.
Yeah, that's enough space to fly. I mean, we flew.
Basically, it does count as them having fortifications.
Okay. First of all, we do want to raise our might, as is tradition. Sovereignty, territory, that is 7 dice. Actually, willing if we'll, of course, join in on that. Just put that at 8. Yep.
Well, that's double 7s. Yeah, I mean, he didn't even need to. All right. I mean,
Oh, that's just for increasing might. That wasn't the actual attack yet.
Good.
That will come next.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well,
It's gonna be a lot of dice. So the attack. Might, treasure, behemoths is 8. Malignant is 9.
Red Dragon War Machine.
Yep. Double 9s.
Yeah. Not much else, but yeah, he it's a charge down there, right? Dwarves and such probably move through like. How would he get there? I suppose he would go with Thunderhome on their like
Yeah.
along the river, then strike at it from the other side. I don't think he's ever been this way through.
Probably not, actually. That's true.
The hole looks like he remembers it. It's on a big watery cavern. And after a season, basically, of hunting down like ghouls and whatnot, Thunderhome will put the first people there to stay overnight, if you will, on that solid ground. During that time, he will also have chance to scout around the sort of lake area, and you'll find that the empty pier, where once the Darrow were, but they were cleaned out, has been recolonized by Darrow ghouls, who you can dispatch fairly easily. And further along to a place I don't think he ever visited, he can seize the remains of the old blackened sort of broken stone bridge that once crossed the span of the underground river here, connecting basically his old lair area towards whatever lies to the south of the valley. if he wants to investigate all the way to his lair, he would find that the passage there is actually not entirely safe. The steamy caverns are still steaming, making it invisible, but in there also seems to be floating, just sort of almost aimlessly, wraiths, seemingly looking for whatever life they can gain.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Do you persist in exploring that area? Because they're certainly not like a real threat to you. These are just normal, like small human wraiths, or like,
I mean, if they are not a real threat, then I have no reason to think I shouldn't continue exploring.
Okay. Essentially, there's a skill challenge laying there, waiting, to avoid just losing a couple healing searches from. But if you're okay with that, then
Yeah, sure.
you can do it. Okay. Do you want to just pay the cost?
I would like to avoid that if I can.
Okay.
If it's a skill challenge,
It is.
I can do skill challenges.
Sure. You just need 6 successes before 3 failures.
That is so many successes.
I mean, it's a
Well,
skill challenge. That's
so,
Do I even have that many skills?
yeah, well, then you can just end up rolling half your level, some of them.
I mean, how many healing surges would it be?
2.
I feel like I'm just gonna spend those 2.
Right.
Because I'm
Basically, it means that
probably gonna fail.
they can't, like, actually. I mean, it doesn't mean that they get him, right? It just means that he loses resources sort of fighting with the occasional wraith that sort of glides into him or just attacks him in the misty steam. As they seem to be flowing across the caverns. Moving further in through the steamy caverns, he suddenly can begin to recognize things as he can find his old lair, lying there still, seemingly untouched and empty since he left it. No one's moved in. The sort of boiling acid pool is there. The hot water pool is there. Furnace is cold. No materials are here. It looks pretty abandoned.
And no sign of anyone having been there either.
Yeah, scouting to the south, you can see that the water in the wet ways has risen slightly, but not really sort of to a point of annoyance, but visibly, maybe like half a meter or so, making the passage like you might have to swim through it if you want to travel it. Might mean either more mosquitoes or less mosquitoes, depending on how things turn out. Probably more of those angry alligators and were crocodiles or whatever lives there.
Okay.
To the north,
Well, that's good.
the big crap pools are untouched. However, a couple of weird scaly goblins are crawling around when he looks there, but they quickly scurry away when he sees them.
Yeah, I remember those guys. I mean, that's good.
Yeah,
I assume there's distinctly less wraiths, like going further that way,
there is.
compared to like the Steam events.
There's less.
Yeah, they're coming from somewhere. Okay, I mean that's what he wants to do then.
Sure. Then Thunderhome's time will be spent just trying to resettle the ancient hold by bringing people there and stuff there and like cleaning it up, and they're very excited about it. They sort of forgotten him a little bit by that. Just for a bit, the top of the silver mine is exciting and all. The bottom is sort of lost, and that's okay though, because the silver, the ancient hold, the trade it will bring, it'll be great. Think of the industry, think of the money, think of the roads they could build. Civilization spreading across the land.
Actually, one last action. On that note, I think the Dragonfly would like to influence Thunderdome a bit to really make it clear that that could very well be Fandome's future, and Valignif had a large part in it, and will continue having a large part in it, so he's really a good investment for everyone involved.
Sure, influence and treasure, resisted by their influence and treasure, or territory.
Influence, treasure, Valignif will say those words personally, for sure. And no.
No. They're unimpressed. Well, some people say, well, if the Red Dragon says we should take the hold, maybe we shouldn't do it. Why would the Red Dragon
Don't
good?
don't use the same logic I used to not kill you against me.
This is like then we're just divided. Like he's dividing our strength. Then he'll just like eat us in the ancient hold.
Strife. We should be unified and fighting him. It's the only way to. Yeah. Some people always seem to interpret what Red Dragons do badly.
Can't imagine why.
I read in a book that said that Red Dragons always are mean and evil, and so,
And vicious.
Damn, that's racism.
or at least ferocious. But,
That's
do you want to try again?
No.
He said it. They were not impressed. He's okay with it.
I mean, is a failure harmful, or is it just nothing happens?
No.
Nothing happens. Then try again. Why not?
But it doesn't.
No. I've rolled 4 of these. At least. Maybe more.
Diplomat he has. The Dragon Fate is like out of favors. Yes.
Oh, that's
Like everyone he had favors with has died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they were like, hey, you know what? I know a guy. Oh, he actually died too.
Well, okay.
This new generation of very religious sort of anti work with some evil to gain wealth dwarves are really bothersome. Maybe they're too busy with the hold and with their own internal strife to really notice the dragons are trying to do too much. Hard to get a foothold. Does anyone else have something they want to do?
No, I think we can cruise through initiative and then be done with it.
Pretty much. Well, let's see what the Red Wizards do. Been here for a while now. They need information. I want to get that. They do it, but not well enough to discover anything new. They've poked around the valley. They've looked around, but they didn't manage to actually go and look at the collapsed stuff of mudslide that happened. Didn't seem that interesting. They were there in the wet season. Everything was muddy. They have retracted back out of the valley to look at other things in the mountains. Maybe they'll go and look up at the mountain down here. Maybe that's interesting to them. Maybe they'll bite. All right. Who is next? Okay. Yeah, the wasted wheat is going to try to influence Tazir. They would like the city to turn away from this dark path. And I suppose they don't have any good arguments given that they are much poorer than the city is.
This batch of nobles feels the same way towards the wasted wheat.
Knife is just gonna stand by. They don't really. They've been told to play nice, and they're not good at that. So yeah. Wasted wheat though, do they give up so easily? They don't. I think they might try to do. They want to influence the people here. They want to try to make. They want to try again. You know what? What if we were friends and things were good, and Tasir will say, no, thank you. But fail.
Ooh.
They can take it on the influence, though. Wasted Wheat is weaker than the city of Tasir. And right now there's no fighting going on, so they won't really apply physical force. But, yeah, well, the fact is the Wasted Wheat might have to drop some of their... They might just have to be lucky or drop some of the idealism if they want to accomplish a lot here. But for now, they don't have any impetus to really do that. But I was feeling pretty good about this. It's a fine place to be. Things have been worse. Nathlan? Yeah. Holden and Banyan here is having trouble with their faith. Golthmere is being unfriendly. I like some of the druids. They will try, you know what? They will try to influence the Emerald Enclave. See if they can just, nudge them a little bit towards themselves. They can be friends together. All right, maybe. The Enclave doesn't want to be influenced. And won't be. Basically, as Nathan tries to, they've already early in the year. There's some gifts. There's some new patches of forest being planted, and the Enclave sees it for what it is, right? It's just that's the Banyanite politics trying to push in. Of course, the leadership of the Emerald Enclave, aside from Cinnamon here, who is the Arch Druid, have a tendency to just be sort of aloof. The sort of true neutral kind of druid who goes around being a bird half the time and just sort of takes some forest and then doesn't get involved in any actual discussion about anything. And has very few opinions beyond, time will tell and nature must prosper.
The balance.
Balance. Yes. And they are certainly they are the silent majority, right? The people who are really into one of the sort of minor deities or aspects, rarer, but much more opinionated than the sort of the center.
Right.
That's why you sort of push the center around, as Nathan tried but failed to do. This is good. Erebor and Cormier is good. They would really like to get rid of this purple worm, but I suppose they can try to do something, but they need to get a 10 success. I guess why not? Let's just try it. Could happen. It's a good roll, but that's a no. As they try to move in, they try to set up a trap for the worm with crossbows and stuff, and it rips through their line and tears them, and they retreat, fall back from the Elvasold ruins. Because it's just not viable. And then there's the funeral and everything, and the dragon hasn't done anything here for a while. That's purple worm going on. There's a lot of other things going on. You know what? It's 6 years ago or something that, yeah. How long can you really keep paying for things you're not using? Westgate, the harpers continue to slowly diminish the Cult of the Dragon. At this point, the Cult of the Dragon seems doomed. They can't keep up with the harper's strength since the harper's just focused on them. Harpers might go to someone else afterwards, but they're really not losing anything fighting the Cult of the Dragon here. Sethston sees them. He might once have wanted to use them, but at this point they're too weak to really be, as a faction, be a whole lot of help to him. He's not going to fight the harpers for them, essentially. It's not something he wants to do. Captain's Council is going to continue to raid the seas. They like that.
Think about the golden islands of Pirate King. Haha!
Is distracted by a funeral and trying to find out who did it, but they fail, even with all their dice. So that's lovely for them. Remember that. Maybe it's panicking. Termination we can skip. The people of the black blood. They're somewhat invigorated right now. But I think they will still just continue to savage and be in their struggle with the fellowship of the purple staff over there. It's not really something you focus anyway. So yeah. Thunderhome reclaims their passage. And seems to me like that's the current goings on. Storm ended. But beyond that, it's maybe even surprisingly, given the basically this last couple of years, a pretty calm time. Unless Malignus and Vesicatrix have something they want to do. He's probably mostly moving.
Yeah, I'm moving, and you two are more aligned in like what it is that you want to do than I am with either of you.
I mean, if the two other dragons aren't up for spelunking in the Underdark, then I don't really know if there's much I can do more in terms of faction actions, like trying to figure out more in the Underdark. Like search Needtime. Is that like something Thunderhome and I can do on a faction level, or like
Could try to be informed if you just gather information.
that's gonna go well with zero influence?
Might be hard, yeah. Read sovereignty. If people really want it enough,
Can I try to gather information for my new?
you certainly could. You ask this, yeah. You would
Just
get
like
you can choose to use it. You can gather information about anything, but the answer might just be like cryptic crap.
yeah. Well, I don't have an exactly good dice pool, but I mean, for the end initiative, might as well, right?
Might as well.
Influence and sovereignty.
Yeah.
What's your questions here? What are you looking for specifically?
That's the problem, right? Because we don't really know anything. Like I like that's why I was like, maybe I'll just sit out because I don't actually know.
You don't know what it is that you want the hag to prophesize?
Specific. It's like when you're talking with the oracle. It's like, how do I condense my questions into stuff so they can easily tell me?
You could ask for the Oracle's take on what is Needheim. You could ask for the hag's take on that. Like, you're told basically by like her not in prophecy as like a giantish like thing for like down under, and like you know information from like the oracle spell, like her visions might be able to cast a different light on it for you. I mean, she can't tell you where it is, but maybe they'll tell you what it is, or what the Death King is doing.
I think
Big question.
the Caesars would like to know. Yeah. Well, what's the Death King up to?
Sure, then give me a be informed roll and see if you can if anything makes any sense.
I highly doubt it.
That's your dice pool, right?
Huh?
Depends on the dice pool, but let's see.
Yeah,
Hey.
3.
Could happen. You could get triple tens.
No,
Uh,
I don't know.
Okay, but there's no. I mean, they get visions, right? That's the thing. They do get them, but the Mark just don't know what to do with it.
No, well, the thing is that now they're asking for, like, I really need a new year, so I have the stats because I use the same stats to befriend them. Like, if they want me to beat someone up, you know. Yeah, I'm good. I could try and mangle some influence out, but honestly, I'm pretty tired. I'm not.
And I just have a short question for you guys here, because we are indeed nearing a time where the dragons might fall asleep once more soon. And we haven't done that much with our heroes right now, because really we operate at a time scale now where individual heroes going on a quest to slay some kobolds and get some loot, like, we would have to do them way more than our actual characters to sort of keep track of that. What do you all think about that?
I mean, I'm a bit sad about not having seen any heroes around for the past time.
You'd like them to be more involved? Yeah.
I think so.
I enjoyed the idea of the heroes functioning in our heroic tier. I thought they worked pretty well and contributed. I noticed whenever, after we transitioned away from the second downtime, when we were down to Sheep and I at the start, and then Airy a couple of sessions later, we just didn't hear from them. I think champion tier heroes could make a meaningful impact upon not just our plans, but end up assisting us in some ways. It could actually be a force for us to not just suffer from, but also manipulate. I would be concerned about how much time they would eat up from our 4-hour session windows. That's what we play with, especially with the factions that operate too. But I think there's meaning there. If I don't have any connection or story with these groups of adventurers. If we're gonna transition to another Curse of Lethargy and then get raided, I don't have any mindset about what it is they've done. There's no story there with them anymore, in which case, why bother getting raided?
Yeah. Because we can have lethargy without a meaningful, make a dungeon and get raided situation.
We would just be acting with our companies, basically, instead of, we would just lose our ability to act as dragons, yeah?
Yeah. Now, you, of course, haven't really had them be impactful ever, really, because you
I
joined
mean,
just
no, I've just played a couple.
my thought about the heroes in this level of play, right? It's almost weird to have groups of adventuring tier or champion tier heroes of traveling around Paragon, as it were, doing things, because they are usually pretty impactful people. How I would probably end up doing it, if we bring them back into focus, is to make them floating assets, which means we'll put their faces on the board here, and where they currently are and who they're currently aligned with, they will give a temporary asset. This could be something like, an expert die, say, or a +1 die, or something, to things that hero is currently sort of aligned towards or trying to accomplish. In that way, we might tie them to factions, and if they get good enough friends with a faction, then should they raid your lair, they might just do that as maybe even by themselves with a couple of faction agents to have it more tied to the factions that are going on. With, of course, the ability to influence them to move around and do things. So we wouldn't really have to interact with them in a separate system than the faction system. We would just have it be sort of an extension of what we're doing here already.
Yeah, I can certainly see that work. As Grimith said, my biggest concern would be me it works really well how we've like removed some people from initiative, and yeah. But I should say, I don't imagine that it's gonna be like 20 Paragon heroes traveling around here. So
If they act as an asset, then as long
right,
as you're not too powerful and get stacked everyone at once, they don't get to make their own actions. They get to be part of other people's actions that they
right, yeah,
with. So
yeah.
they
I
wouldn't increase the number of actions, just maybe the wasted weed would have a hero with them, which might make you go, oh, now they're a bigger deal and can actually accomplish something they normally wouldn't be able to, right? Or maybe Cormier would get them to try to kill the purple worm now having it.
right,
Yeah.
Or me.
Adventurers almost always have a patron associated with them, someone who's funding them to do something, so
Yeah.
it stands to reason they could be employed on that kind of level. These folks who would matter enough for us to care about.
Because of
yeah,
course there's some like ambient adventures going about doing things, like you hire them not just as basically as background roles these days. But some of them the actual like paragons
Yeah,
are
Paragon.
kind of big deal people, right? And most of the adventures we would have at this point have sort of died from old age or close to it. So we have some parties here and such, but I'll probably pick some that seem like they would sort of fit the bill and then go along with those ones, right? And then if we do raids in the future, it would be based on probably also a faction that doesn't like. And there might be sort of a sponsored situation, as to not keep track of that many stacks of them individually.
Would that mean that we dragons might not see raids equally then? Like, say for example, if Valignith continues to be the provocateur, and Cormier like cares so much about killing him that they send like adventurers after him. Would that mean that he would, say for example, get raided more?
It could, depending on how we think that's like what we find interesting to play out, basically.
Okay.
So I think every dragon has has enemies of various sorts, power levels. Yeah, I've been thinking about it, and I want to hear your thoughts on the situation.
Sure.
Oh.
They were a nice storytelling device. They just haven't told any stories right now. It's understandable why they haven't. They could tell a story again, but I wouldn't feel comfortable like dealing with like us going with a curse of lethargy than us getting attacked just because there's no story that's been told with any of them.
No.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That includes any party involving Jen. He's old and retired at this point.
Yeah.
He's a human who's lived the high life, and
It's good.
he's probably killed some other dragon and got the feather in the cap his way.
oh yeah, the probably one of the heirs to the Black Dread, you know.
Hmm.
So
Who isn't these days?
just
We're Cicatrix,
all
heir to the Black
heirs to
Dread.
something.
I am my own heir.
It's like okay,
Yeah, but Cicatrix has taken the strange road of not having some sort of moniker or Grimith too, really. People, he doesn't call himself anything but his name. That's unusual for dragons of this sort of
What?
adult sort of level.
He's so young still, though.
We are young. We're
He hasn't accomplished anything ever.
Well, if he feels that way. I've
Oh.
accomplished all of the things.
yeah. Probably Cicatrix is just that she used to have a name and she doesn't use it anymore, and you know.
Something else I want to bring up before we all split up and go to sleep is how divided Sheep and I are on the attitude regarding the Death King. Or Sheep, I don't believe I'm speaking out of place, firmly believes that He wants to know more about the Death King and the whole, like, that whole, like, purpose and existence, out of a worry that it might be tied to the ritual, and I just have no interest in the motivation, though I can't dismiss his worry. I just feel like we have so many other things to focus on that it's not pertinent to us.
I mean, I've noticed that divide, to say the least. It's not a threat I feel like I can just dismiss, like, at all. It is, in fact, the thing that has disrupted me the most as of late. So I need to pursue it. Or at least I feel like I have to, otherwise bad things happen. In addition, I still strongly believe that it's not just a coincidence, and it might very well be related to the ritual. Although I will admit I don't know that for sure. But I also don't know a way of how I could find out whether it is directly related to the ritual or not. I could ask the good old Oracle again, but I hate that spell.
Well, the one thing I suggested was asking the Death King itself, but based on, like, the fact that a Death King tried to manipulate you, presumably, it kind of put you in a situation where you wouldn't want to work with it, which I can totally understand.
As far as I'm concerned, it's a hostile entity doing something against my character at this very moment. Something big, undoubtedly, like the word divine has been thrown around a lot. And it's happening right under the valley and is potentially related to the ritual. I don't feel like I can dismiss that, even if I wouldn't mind dismissing a plot thread if it doesn't interest all of us. But it's so large that I don't feel like I have that option.
Ari, I'd like your thoughts on it, because I just don't feel it's large at all. I feel like these things are going to happen in the Forgotten Realms, and everyone's got, like, a power play to execute, and this could just be some sort of entity trying to do something that it has something that it wants to do. There's a lot of necromancy surrounding the mountains, but this could entirely exist in a separate reality that has no way, shape, or form in relation to a ritual.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of on the fence as well. I mean, the location of the ritual is, of course, chosen for a reason. I mean, that is a fact. Um, I don't know if it's directly linked with the ritual itself. I don't think so, but I think Yaffle might have had a reason. Like, I mean, she was a diviner, so supposedly there might be some sort of connection, but I don't think it's direct. What I looked at the weird tablet things, and this entity, like this ogre, was talking about how it is their time, like they've had their best and now it's time. The tablets basically says what have I written here in my notes? The elders did not believe the chosen. We killed the elders. This is my loose translation here. The clouds hate the chosen. And they're strong and we're small. The chosen dreams of freedom, and he knows best. The chosen wants freedom. We threw off the clouds, we broke tradition, and we killed the people who offended the chosen. The chosen dreams of freedom. A distant dream, for the storm is strong. Quiet those who are afraid, hush the fear within. The chosen bids us rest in dreamless sleep. When we awake, we will be free. Do not disturb our slumber. I think that it doesn't necessarily mean anything with Yaffle as much as there's some kind of fucking death cult that has been promised that once they awake, once they are called forth by this chosen, it is their time.
I
Uh,
I never considered that the tablets created by the Mulhorandi people and the City of the Dead were connected with this at all. Never thought about that.
no?
Yeah, okay. That was obvious for me in my mind. Like this whole story, I think, is one big thing, and
Oh, yeah.
Really? Huh.
it feels like that to me. Yeah.
Time has the thing I've said about the tablets was that they were, sort of giant but older or whatever, and that's also what we hear about Niedenheim. That's also a place. So I figured the two had to be
Also,
connected.
in this very session, the like tunnel of bones that felt like the vision that manipulated Valaknev just spewed out a giant mummy. So it's hard not to connect those things.
Well, I connected that stuff. I didn't connect the tablets to any of that. Like, I just, like,
Oh,
tablets were
but
made by the Mulhorandi people in the City of the Dead, and I didn't correlate that with any of the things that we were doing.
yeah, but those were mummies too, and we've just seen mummies this session, so that seems like a proof to me.
So, because, like,
I mean, there might be two unrelated types of mummies, but that's
like,
I don't know.
But what I'm saying is, I don't necessarily believe they're targeting us as much as, like, we fought with the giants, and the giants thought that this was their place. They might very well be the same. They think that this is their place to be because the chosen said so. At least that's my current theory. I must admit, I'm like metagame perspective. I have considered going back and watching all the VODs because I am a nerd, and I suspect there's a lot of information back in the days that I am not availed to. Just lore wise.
Alright, yeah, this further confirms how I felt, is that you two are pretty in lockstep about this, and I'm the one who, if these are like plot hooks, are just like clunking against my head and falling. Alright.
So are you still of the opinion that this whole thing is a plot thread that you don't care about?
Yeah, like,
Okay.
if this really is some sort of like orchestrated thing, then it just completely passed me, and I'm willing to like go the entire like distance and like in the campaign go like, huh, that really was? Didn't see it. Didn't understand it. I just don't see it based on the information I've been given. If something is genuinely trying to interfere with the ritual or influence it in some way, Hell is going to say no. It would be no different than if we tried to influence the ritual in some way. Hell would say no and actively try to stop that.
Yeah. Yeah, the connection between this whole thing and our ritual is flimsy. I admit that.
Oh yeah.
I think our difference is that I'm worried about the fact that it could be, while you're not worried because it probably isn't. And I don't think those two things are really that different, just two sides of the same coin.
Yeah. And even like my thought is like, even then, like, what's the worst case? Like this, like, it's a problem that exacerbates itself in epic tier, but we're still able to deal with it. Like, I just don't see this like snowballing into an oh no, we're doomed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a plot thread that is mostly driven by the direct influence on Valaknev.
I totally understand an NPC like influencing your character, like being like a real driving spike, but I still would not feel, even if that happened to my character, that the correct solution is to go down there and face a creature I'm not even sure is at my tier, you know?
Yeah.
Because the vibes that we've gotten, especially like this session, to me feel like that's epic tier.
It does feel like that.
When I think divinity, I don't think champion tier. And all of this power we've seen slung around, like if this Nibelheim, like not even the Death King, but if this like place of power down there is so like far-reaching and capable of pulling all of these strings, not just like giving you visions, but giving the people in Thunderhome visions and creating Thunderhome's current predicament. I mean, we can do stuff, but I don't know whether I can do that.
Yeah.
I think Basicatrix, like, she's interested in stopping the influence, certainly, but for her it's more of a also, like, of course she wants to know that it isn't connected to the ritual, but for her it's also like, well, if we could learn how to ward off places from, say scrying, say mental influencing, that is a skill that can then be applied later through against the red wizards, against Jaffel, like.
Right, that stuff sounds great, and sounds like totally, like, to me, reasonable ways of trying to go about it, but also doesn't involve going down there.
Oh yeah. No, she's an absolute coward. If there's not. Yeah.
For me, it's not even an in-character thing, it's just, as a player, I just don't see it. Like, I'm on board with going down there if both of you remain fully in lockstep and want to do it. But unless that happens, I just can't.
I think my issue is mostly that I don't feel like I have the tools to make progress without my character directly intervening. Like, I've tried to influence Thunderdome like 17 times, and I've never once rolled a match, so I'm hesitant to really rely on that, on like non-violent approaches ever. That isn't quite right. I've tried to use Thunderhome to get the tools. I feel like I'm currently lacking to resolve something like that without direct character intervention. But that hasn't been very promising. Partly because of failed influence rolls. The other part of the things I have tried, they didn't really contribute anything of note.
They also, admittedly, are undergoing upheaval and severely distrustful Igneth.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't. There is no other faction that is even remotely like capable of this. Like, I can't approach Victus and be like, "Hey, do you want to travel into the Underdark with me and face a lich?"
Oh no, I agree. Like, the only like way to outsource that would be to adventurers.
Yeah, which I guess I need to go to, like, I don't know, Tizia and put a
Westgate.
Tizia or Westgate or anywhere really, and put like a notice on the notice board. Adventurers wanted for expedition into the Underdark.
Huh?
Ah.
I just, like, even if we found Nidheim, I wouldn't know how to do anything about it. Like, we have enough trouble with something that we suspect is a lich right here in the mountains. And it's alone, right? Like, this Master Wizard is alone. For all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
It's not sending us visions. It's not summoning, like, tons of, like, sword wraiths to slay aboleths. It's not populating the Underdark with undead. It's just bringing up zombies to investigate ruins.
I feel like both situations are a bit like damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we do attack the red wizards in the valley, then we can delay them, but it's a lich, so we're not gonna kill it, and then Faye is gonna know about us existing, which is bad. If we just leave it be and do nothing, then that's bad, obviously. We don't really have a proxy that can solve it for us. I definitely agree with Emmy saying that Thunderhome can't do it and won't do it. And yeah, it was optimistic to say the least. And it's the same thing with like this this Death King, in my mind, either we go down there, which is a terrible idea, I definitely agree, or we don't go down there and it just does its thing, which, as of right now, I believe is a bad thing for us too.
Yeah. Our difference is that I don't feel damned by the Death King.
Yeah.
What I'm relying on is that Hell wants to keep this ritual intact. I'd be more inclined to believe that Hell's reached out to the Death King and brokered a deal than the Death King having actual power over a ritual. Hell wants our souls and does not want to be cheated out of those. And I'm trusting that fact. Alright, that's all I had to say for the session end, at least on that topic.
Yeah, it's a good topic to bring up. I'm not sure what to do about it.
Yeah, I basically felt like that. That's why I was thinking of okay, I need something to do with gaining information, because right now I beat people up and I pirate, and there's not a lot of water where all this shit is going on. There's not a lot of water in the mountains, and there's not a lot of street fighting. So yeah, I'm definitely hoping to use the hacks to try and get some knowledge.
I guess there's one other thing. Sheep, do you think the Death King is responsible for manipulating the cult of the dragon into attacking Cormyr?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's the same MO. Pretend to be some divine-like influence and tell someone to kill something, or to at least have conflict with something. I don't know what the purpose of that was. Maybe just to get them to go away and stop supporting Malignant.
Right.
That seems to be...
Yeah, with my mindset, that just confuses me, because I thought the necromantic energies being collected in the valley sounded great, but the cult of the dragon was gonna go out there to provoke Cormyr against you, but that wasn't in the mountains at all.
I mean, I guess the son of the king or whoever also just died. Was the incident similar to the Thunderhome thing, where it's no one saw anything, but
we don't have any information on that.
Yeah.
I mean, my working theory on the whole Cult of the Dragon thing is they were working with Valignith, who lives in the valley, and it may just be that this Lich wants to, I don't know, change the power dynamic in the valley, which appears to include to get rid of Valignith. So sending allies away while also antagonizing an enemy of his seems to fit that. I don't think the goal is to just cause death, but to actually shift the power dynamic. I just don't know why. Not exactly.
The same reason we shift the power dynamics, right? To benefit us?
I mean, yeah, then sure. I also don't know how to answer those questions. Unless I ask the Oracle and be like, yo, someone knows this, therefore, but rules as written, I am allowed to know the answer.
Well, just in these role-playing games, we face plenty of villains without knowing their drives, or yeah. See, so much of this information you two garnered about the circumstance has been through the Oracle, and I feel by doing that, it's almost, I don't know, I don't want to say sunk cost. It just, now you've armed yourself with this information and you want to do something with it. But if you had never asked.
No, I don't think using that Oracle ritual or not would have changed anything for me. It certainly focused my attention on where I believe that place is, which may not be correct, but it's a start. but it's not the cause for the motivation.
All right.
I mean, also, assuming I abandoned that whole thing, I would be back trying to get Thunderhome into a position that I'm comfortable with, which is made harder by the fact that this Death King influenced Thunderhome. So it's a bit of a circle to do what I would do without the Death King. I need to resolve the Death King because he made it harder.
Right, you don't want to beat up Thunderhome because the Death King wants you to beat up Thunderhome.
I also just don't want to beat up Thunderhome in general. Unless I feel like I have no other choice.
They have done everything to give you that choice. Sheep.
I don't know about that.
I mean, they literally did attack you several sessions ago.
They did, but I can't blame them. Well, the thing is, I'm not literally, but metaphorically being accused of wrecking things in places. Like I even forgot what that place is called. Elm and Elversalt. Like, I would like to actually expand the Malignant Empire with allies, so I'm trying really hard to try to get a faction that I think is cool, like as an ally. There's certainly a bit of meta in there, in that I just, dwarves are cool. I like dwarves. I want to have some dwarves.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not disparaging you for trying to keep them around. Red Dragon diplomacy is hard. Alright. I don't have any other concerns to bring up.
All right, I have one because I just did this while we were talking. We completed a goal today, and we killed some mummies, enough to give us 2,000 XP each, which brings us to 119,436 XP total character, which is 438 XP above what is required for level 19.
Oh,
Oh.
So a sheep's battle with some mummies. We get reduced XP for encounters was enough to just push us.
What goal did we complete? Was it the hags?
Yes,
Okay.
easy goal, but we didn't need much.
Alright. Level 19.
I didn't remember that a rating if it was hard or some. So I was like, well, I guess I'm just rolling whatever mechanic I.
Yeah, so that's level 19 is just replacing a daily attack power. You have access to level 19 dailies.
So your concern from earlier, that sounds like epic tier. I mean, we're level 19, we're almost there.
Yeah, but almost is different from
Almost.
being there.
It's true.
It's level 21 that we get to epic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone's beginning to show their compulsions towards it, certainly.
Alright. And we have 2 open goal slots, one for Aerie, and then the one I reserve for next session.
Yes.
Which might involve trying to put a lich in a box.
Huh.
Fucking PhD. I love it.
I imagine a mystery with like little glasses on, trying to read a book in their claws. Like,
It's not even remotely anything the dragon's gonna understand, but I just love that the Ogmites are like, that sounds fascinating. We never considered that before. Let's give it some thought. The dragon's like, oh, that's not
good, right?
like, it's not really
That's
an
not a
answer.
no.
It's not a no.
Yeah. something. Like, oh, that is an interesting theory. And it's like, yeah, theory. That's what I
don't know.
Yeah, that I just made sure when I updated the time that our dragon Visigatrix not counted, but Grimith and Missouri are now 50.
50.
No.
I'm not an adult dragon until I'm 160, so I'm not even halfway there. And a red dragon's not an adult until it's 200.
We're still just like young adults.
Still young.
Youths.
Give me another 30 years and I'll be interested, like I'll become fertile and I'll start making my half-dragons then.
Get minions just to fucking.
Fucking is absolutely, you got it, you nailed it on
Yeah,
the head, Eric. You did it.
Have a diver.
I would not be
farm.
the first dragon in any D&D setting to create half-dragons.
No,
For
of course
minions.
not.
Borak, of course, who had the Djinn as her minion, being one of them. That damn blue dragon. Alright. Congratulations, everyone, especially you, Sheep. Raven. Like, that could have gone ugly for impressing Thunderholm there. I thought you were going down and your minions were gonna have to drag you away.
Yeah, that was. There's a couple times there where I was like,
The Malignant is going towards an epic destiny, which is I don't take shit from no one. And he isn't. So I think we're seeing
Certainly a dragon. I don't take shit from no one.
yeah, just being super mega tough all the time. So
One encounter per 10 day.
no. Encounter.
Alright.
Thank you for playing. And yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, good work, team.
Good
Go get some sleep now.
Yeah.
Alright, dear viewers, and Sheep ended up getting a disconnect at the end, so he wasn't able to join us for the end. That will take care of this session of Dreads of the Dragon Coast. I am not the regular broadcaster for this, but I did end up handling last week's as well. I have yet to put that on YouTube, but I will do so, along with this one. I'll make it unlisted, because it's not a series for my channel. But so it can be put into the normal playlist that's on Haldemir and Rahal's channel. I don't know as of now whether I'll be handling the broadcast duties for next week as well. Based on Sheep's ISP situation, I do not enjoy broadcasting these role-playing games. I'd rather focus on the role-playing aspect of it instead of being mindful of things live. Like, there's a difference between how I mute things for when I'm not recording or broadcasting, and there's a difference, and when I am doing those things. If I get like a phone call, or I have to walk away, stuff like that, I can't just unplug my headset and have things play through my desktop speakers, and you all be able to partake in those things. But yeah, if Sheep's internet situation remains unstable, I'll probably continue to handle this. I understand, given how broadcasting has shifted from Jonas to Valky to Sheep, that it's difficult for viewers to follow this series. We have not made it convenient to partake. But hey, maybe Manikai will actually broadcast. You figured out how to. Again. Campaign has survived a lot. The loss of 2 players, the changing schedules, ebbs and flows over the months. We've survived strife in attempting to play as dragons in a system that's meant to be played as adventurers. And we've survived, being forcibly bound together in this curse of lethargy, which weakens our characters, and ties us together so that we must work together. this is certainly not the first division of opinion we've had about a circumstance or how to resolve it. And I'm confident it'll getting resolved in some form or fashion, whether that's us three going down into the Underdark, or... I know, Manichae learning technology. What a novel concept. Yeah. I don't know where the resolution goes, and I'm curious to figure out the story. There exists a real possibility that I am proven wrong. And that necromancy isn't just a part of the ritual, but that this Death King is tapping into it. I look forward to exploring more of that, because Sheep is very much interested in it, and Airy is as well. And if nothing else, I am outvoted there on that pillar. And I, much like how I went along playing Rimrenthir, like, I want them to resolve, like, loose plot hooks and, like, things they care about. That's part of supporting, like, what other players are interested at in the table. Much like I'm being supported in the stuff that I want to do. Think of what I have accomplished over, like, the past several sessions with my character. In some ways it's been sweeping, and in some ways it hasn't been a fucking damn thing, you know? Where it's like, yeah, these ideas involving that Thayan, like, Master Wizard, that sounds like need to get rid of. Let's focus all the time and effort and energy on doing something completely different. Oh well. No one said my dragon had to be competent. I'll take care of it.